Hello. Hello.
Afternoon, Wooly and everyone. You
You
know,
are indisposed temporarily.
air conditioner's broke again. It's getting replaced next week, so that'll fix it. As such, I'm sitting around mostly naked with my pepperonis flapping about, lightly misted by my own fluids.
Do you describe them as your pepperonis based on the contrast to your skin color or the
No,
size?
actually, no. They're actually kind of like a light pink. They kind of fade in. No, the reason I call them my pepperonis is because people started to tease me about having pepperoni nipples when I first did a shirtless stream where the camera was off. And I'm like, how can I turn this around? And then I started saying all sorts of gross pepperoni shit, and everyone started throwing up, and now it is my power.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So it's not in fact because you have
Oh, it has absolutely nothing to do with reality.
Gotcha. There are,
Um,
there are people with unfortunate nipples out there. So,
I know.
all
This
right.
is known
All
to
right.
humanity. You know what I said to myself this morning, Wooly? I said to myself, I got up. Paige, Paige woke me up around 6 or 7 a.m. And we were like, let's go for a walk. So we went for a nice walk, you know, and then, I relaxed and all that. And we were out there for, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes. It was very relaxing, invigorating. Nothing really happened. Then we came in, and I decided to take a massive shit on the floor. And then I decided that it would be a great idea to jump in it and stomp my feet in it and then roll around and lie down on top of it and get it in my armpits and in between the webbed toes of my paws.
Listen. In your defense, you've only been alive for a couple of weeks.
For about 10 weeks.
You've only been alive for a couple of weeks. There is no concept of why that is wrong or not a good thing to do. So,
Yeah.
what
And
the
then I
fuck?
tried to eat it. And
That's
then
really gross. This is a really gross thing. I don't like these
it's a
details,
really gross
please.
thing to do.
I don't need to hear this.
And then uh the joke is that this is the dog's story. Haha. The dog
Yeah.
rolled around in poop,
Yeah, look,
and then we
you
had to give
don't
him a bath in the sink.
yeah, look, when you're alive for a minute, you gotta. It's like you gotta set your limits, right? I always tell everybody that it's like, hey, you know that time when you were a teenager and you drank way too much of whatever particular alcohol,
I
and then
believe
you
it was
find out where
Goldschlager in my case.
everyone has one. Everyone has one. It's different for everybody, whether it's rum, tequila,
A
gin.
lot of
Everyone has
people,
this.
it's tequila.
A lot of people it's tequila, but like it ends up going you there's a whole variety out there, right? And there's a point where you hit and you discover where the end of the bar is and you go, that's my limit. I can't go past that. Now I know. Prior to this, I didn't know, right?
Hmm.
That knowledge has to be acquired after you go too far. And
Yeah,
that is essentially what the rest of life is from the start. That is, puppy needs to do that to learn that that's no good, and then you don't do it no more.
I think the funniest part is that after rolling in the poo poo and then standing there going, "Oh no, I'm covered in poop," the dog became upset that he was covered in poop, and
Correct. Yeah.
it's like, "No, you did that. You
Exactly.
you you
hmm
enthusiastically engaged in this. I
Right
tried to
on.
stop you."
Um. So, uh, all things considered, though,
There
like
was poop everywhere, Wooly.
you will, I assume, uh, be able to survive the coming heat of this week.
Hopefully,
Doesn't look great.
I'll just spray down my pepperonis with some marinara.
You keep a spritzer.
I do keep a spritzer in tough times. Paige hates it. She despises the spritz method.
There's something just like there's something old world trash about a spritzer to cool yourself off. It's kind of like a rag over the shoulder. It's just like, man, we haven't gotten anywhere in the last 100, have we? You know?
Nope, nowhere.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get it, you know. For me, it's just like bandana, and like bandana. Actually, if you like have the bandana in a cold place, you can like, or like run cold water over it. That can be a nice cooler. So, cold water bandana is pretty good.
I'm excited to get that new AC installed.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand in front of it and ice these pepperonis.
How was your week?
This dog is a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
That's my week.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to poop on himself and eat his own poop, and then throw up the poop. That hasn't happened yet, but I assume that's what would happen. It's hot also. I don't like it.
Did you squeeze in some video games between all that action?
A little bit. Though I would like to say, actually, before I move on to that, that for the near future, Puppy Zangief will actually be joining us on the podcast very regularly, as we're doing that thing where we keep his leash on him, and he walks around the house with us, so that he learns to basically become a shadow dog and follow us around, because we want.
That's fine. That's okay. I just don't need the fecal details. So,
Wooly, the dog is brown. He looks like a big poop.
Okay. Well, you know, that's fine. But
He's even
we
got
can move
like
on.
tan bits where like the corn would be.
I'll take the dresses and the bibs and the costumes.
Oh, you will. Don't worry.
Over this. So.
We're
good. All right.
Plans are in motion. Don't you worry.
I do worry constantly.
You should. You should worry. All right, Wooly. You don't want to talk about poop and poop coming out of dog buttholes. That's fine. Instead, you have to talk about Final Fantasy. Ha! I tricked you.
I'm okay with that.
All right. So, one of the more
secretly,
interesting...
it's not about Final Fantasy.
Yeah, one of the more interesting things that occurred this week was that I was like, hey, Wooly, you're going to use this track as the ending of the podcast. I only do this once every 5 months. It's this track. And it is the new Puppet Bunker main boss theme, which is incredible. But I said, do you want me to just send you the YouTube video? Or do you want me to just rip the fucking track itself and send it to you so you don't get spoiled on like the boss encounter? Mm-hmm. And you went for the non-spoilery option. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you told me this like, God, it must have been a year ago that the first one of these came out. What is your plan for that content?
There will be 3 of them, correct?
There will be 3. The next one will be... So they do the patch cycle, so it goes like the expansion is 0.0, and then on the odd numbered ones, which would be 0.1, 0.3, which is this one, and 0.5, the 24-man stuff comes out.
Okay. Yeah, so I know there will be 3 of them. I'm in the middle of figuring it out, but I've basically been talking to Min, who's obviously, you know, doing his crazy stuff. And we've been looking at possibly just going like, hey, you know, if you want to catch up on this side of what happened into the near content, we might do that together at some point.
Okay, cool. Because it's in this really bizarre place where it seems like it'll probably fit in somewhere, but nobody knows where. If that makes any sense. Like, there's parts of it you're like, is this a prequel? Is this a sequel? What the fuck is this?
So
is
it doesn't
Taro
fit
just fucking with us?
So these little raids don't fit neatly into the timeline then.
No, they're very
Interesting.
confusing. Actually,
Okay,
they're
I didn't know
extremely
that.
confusing. They also, and this is probably my favorite part, they also fit really, really poorly into the game itself. There are a couple people out there, particularly on RP servers, who like fucking hate the Nier content because there's been a Monster Hunter crossover and a Yokai Watch crossover and other Final Fantasy games crossovers and the Final Fantasy Tactics crossover. But this one is the most, we took this other thing and jammed it in out of all of them, especially considering it's got like highly advanced androids and flying suits and all that, all that shit.
So if you were to play a raid in any other crossover event with whatever brand, is there a plausible sort of in-world explanation so that someone unfamiliar with the brand can just accept I'm entering a portal to a new world or something like that?
Yeah, so the like Final Fantasy, all of them in general, but also this one especially, have a whole like parallel dimension thing going on with a do you remember X Death from FF5, the tree guy?
Well, I know I didn't play it, but I know X Death, yeah.
Okay, so X Death comes from the Void, and the Void is the crossover point.
Okay.
So there, and that's what Dissidia does, and all that shit. So if Noctis shows up, right? It's literally as simple as I fell through a fucking portal.
Right.
And
it's like creating a live stream. You can just
if this girl from fucking FF11 shows up, she's like, "Oops, I fell through a portal." And then at the end of her little guest series, she goes, "Okay, I'll go find a portal, I guess," and leaves.
Okay.
Tigrex, sorry, not Tigrex. Rathalos shows up, and it's literally a Palico going, "I don't know how I got here. I was chasing a fucking Rathalos, and I fell through a portal." Right?
Or the FF15 car.
Mm-hmm. The one that is, I would call it hyper integrated, is the FF Tactics stuff, because they just literally said that, okay, so Rabanastre and most of the countries that happen in 12 are just there on the south part of the map, and they've always been there.
Yeah, so it's Ivalice, isn't it?
Yeah, Ivalice is just a straight up country on the south side of the map, and then you go and you meet Fran, and like then you play through the FFT raid, which is a canonical sequel to Final Fantasy Tactics, which is why people's expectations for the Nier thing are so weird, because at the end of the Tactics raid, you get one extra conversation between Delita and Ramza that takes place after FFT's ending, and it's written by Matsuno. So it counts. It's like a real epilogue to that game that came out 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's weird because it like, I remember I was, the Rathalos event came out and people were like, "Oh, cool, how do I play it?" And then you go to the page that says Rathalos crossover event, yada yada. How do you get it? And the first line on every single one of these is hit level cap. That's crazy.
So
that's
completely excluding anybody who's still on their journey.
Oh yeah, like and all the crossovers except for the Yokai Watch shit, because who gives a fuck? They're all at level cap of whatever the particular time is. So I was chatting with
this game, but I'm not necessarily an FF 14 fan, but fucking hit level cap before you can do this yourself to find out what happened.
Well, the idea is that you go, okay, well, it shouldn't be that long, and then you get halfway through level cap and you go, hey, this is pretty good. Right? Because otherwise you would just start up your free subscription.
Right.
You would go to level 30. Because remember, the game was free up until level 35. And now it's free up to level 60. So you got to put it during the paid stuff. But I was talking to Rebecca Ford about it, the Warframe lady. And she's like, oh man, that Nier stuff looks so good. I can't wait to get to it. I've been playing for like 6 months. I DM'd her. I'm like, hey, Reb, cool. If you need any help, are you on Primal? I'll help you out. What class are you? She's like, oh, I'm playing a black mage. Oh, cool. I'm like, oh, cool. Where are you at? What level are you? She's like, I'm level 34. I feel like I'm almost there. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. No, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
Because the leveling curve in an MMO is exponential. The amount of time it takes to get from level 79 to 80 is like the amount of time it takes to get from like 30 to 40.
Yeah.
Right? And I was like, oh, you better, you fool. And that's the last I heard of that plot.
Well,
but
good thing it's not essential content.
No, it's not. The big patch. So I'll go back a little bit. The big patch came out. The patch that has been the first one in God. When did 5.2 come? I want to say 9 months. 5.2 F14. February. The last content patch for this game was in February, and then Corona said, "No, So this has easily been the longest time period between content updates, and people are getting very ornery for new shit. So, for example, me and my buddies hang out on Sundays, and we just like run like some of the easier raids to get stuff. We got everything we wanted in that time period. The first time ever of playing the game of like 5 years, we got every single mount that we wanted because there was tons of time.
6 months is the longest there's ever been no content updates?
No, I want to say 5 months is the longest before this, and this was like 9.5.
Okay.
Right, so crazy long. So there was a lot of pressure that this be a good patch, because there are occasionally bad patches, and that's a fucking bummer. So first of all, this is a near patch, so we got the Puppets Bunker, which is way better than the last one. The last one was the Copy Factory, so it was like the factory from the beginning of Nier Automata.
Mm-hmm.
This one is a like crashed version of the Android HQ, and has way more interesting bosses than the last one, and has legitimate nice little twists. And I don't know if you remember me talking about it, but there is a mechanic unique to this where after you're done the raid, the game makes you go through the the explorable area again, looking for audio logs, not audio logs, looking for text logs written in normal ass English, and they fill up in a goddamn Nier Automata style menu.
Ah, nice.
That you keep, and everyone is 100% certain you will have to destroy after the third raid.
Interesting.
Yoko Taro, in one of the first interviews, thought it would be funny to delete your character in 14 when you finish the raid series.
Okay. So, hey, let me take my I'm obsessed with making you lose progress idea and just get super hard over that, expanding into other games.
Yeah, and like the whole team, like,
what an asshole.
The way they describe it is that they like verbally tackled him to the floor because like
it's not good enough that I've made my own franchise where losing everything is meaningful and you have to have an emotional proposition for it. I need to break out into other video games and start deleting your shit there too. But I promise you, it's for a really good emotional reason.
Not this genre, man. Not. He also, in the last interview, was describing where like he started playing 14 as a white mage, and he only got to level like 30, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't care anymore. I'll just tell me how to design these fights." And
Yoko Taro is Thanosing his way across the video game industry.
Yeah, at one point he describes like, so I was designing the boss, and I asked the gameplay guy they gave me, why don't you just make it so that if anyone screws this up, it just wipes the whole fucking encounter and kicks them out? And the response is, because then it would be impossible. And he goes, yeah. And they're like, we're not doing that, Yoko. we're not going to do that. God damn it.
Yeah, yeah. Everything must have consequences.
Yeah, it's like though there are when you go through it, there are some Taroisms that you can appreciate. It actually is designed very significantly differently from a lot of the other encounters, which makes it a lot of fun. Though there
Right?
might be a bug with the whole raid, which is a problem.
I feel like to keep up with this charade, since he's done it a couple times, the only way to go from here is to
Mhm.
have a prompt on screen in the games to tell you to look around your apartment, find the thing you cherish most, and throw it out the
Destroy it.
window.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
lock eyes with that which you know you need. With, find the photo of your grandmother, find the thing you know you can't get rid of, and get rid of it. This is how you progress.
So people are obviously there to rein him in, which thank God. There is a what looks like a minor bug, or it could just be confirmation bias. But in my entire group of friends, the raid's been run maybe a dozen times because you're only allowed to pick up one piece of gear a week,
Sorry.
right?
Someone said throw your insulin out the window. Yeah,
Yeah, throw it,
exactly.
toss it.
Yeah.
You don't need it.
Save this virtual character by throwing your insulin out. All right. Anyway, sorry.
All right. So you only get one piece of gear a week, right?
Mhm.
Out of every single run of everyone that I personally know, only gear for Dragoons has dropped. And there have been problems in the past where certain raids, for some reason, get like heavily preferential treatment towards certain classes, which makes it impossible for everybody else to get like their gear. I have not seen a single piece of gear drop for anybody but Dragoons, and Dragoons have armors that they don't share with anything else. Like, so you get a situation where a black mage and a summoner, they share gear, right? Dragoons are fucking unique, and you keep.
Are
Oh, it's
there
confirmation bias. Fucking thank God.
are there do these things kind of tell you what your loot table is before you kind of go into it?
The loot table is pretty much the same in every encounter in the game. You have stuff that drops armor, and then there are counters that drop weapons instead. And out of that, it can drop any particular thing of its own loot table. So, like,
I
even
guess
though we don't know,
what I mean though is like, can you click on a button that shows you the rewards for finishing this quest? And then it's like, oh, you will get one of these things dropped.
so no, but because FF14 is really static and very conservative, you know what it is because it's literally been the same thing like 12 raids in a row.
Okay.
So for a 24-man, there's the 5 visual pieces of armor: your hat, your chest, your gloves, your pants, your boots. There is a minion at the end, which is just a tiny little character that can follow you around. There will be a piece of music, and there will also be a token that you get just for clearing that you can use to upgrade gear that you would get from other sources. And that has been the same in every single encounter going back to like 2014.
Okay.
So it's the situation of like you know exactly what the gear is in concept, but it's only once you're in there that you actually see, oh, it's a coat with a high collar or whatever. Oh, and a card, and a triple triad card. My mistake, guys. And the way that it does it is that on the odd numbered patch when it's new, you can only get one reward a week. And on the on the even numbered patch and every patch afterwards, they unlock it and you can just run it as many times as you want to get whatever you want.
Okay.
But regardless, it's good. But I wish I could get a single fucking good piece of gear. I'm probably going to end up running it a bunch tonight because resets tomorrow, and if I don't get a piece this week, I will not have one. And that's that.
As an outsider, I can say that my timeline was a waterfall of 5.3 and crying emojis.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. That'll be the last thing that I get to, which is the actual plot, because I got to dance. The other thing that they added, which I would like to make, it's just funny to me because of this one guy in Shout Chat, which is, you've seen those Lalafell potato creatures, the cute race, the chibis.
Yep.
In the setting this expansion takes place, they've been retrofitted as dwarves. They just wear beards. And they have gotten a quest series called the Beast Tribe. It's a crafting thing where you're building a tank. But as soon as I log in, literally the first thing I see in bright red Shout Chat is a guy saying, I love this fucking Beast Tribe quest because it shows that Lalafells understand that they are subhuman garbage. I was like, great, good. Potatoes are basically animal creatures that can speak. Good. Fuck them.
Kickables.
Also, I don't... like... The head translation man, Mr. Koji Fox. You know when people were like complaining about Persona and being like, "Man, a lot of memes in this shit. Oh, this age is really terrible. These memes, right?"
Not really.
I saw a couple, but nothing's compared to this motherfucker. Koji Fox is the unlock quest for the dwarves is called It's Dwarfin' Time.
Sure.
And like, because they're so terrible, they actually age really well. Because they're not going for cool or even funny. They're actually going for as... Oh yeah, the fucking Gunbreaker quest is called Gunblades of the Patriots. Yeah, there's a goddamn million of them.
Sounds like they know their audience.
Yeah, it's they're going for cringe, like cringe is the intention. And then they put out the story, which I mean, Shadowbringers is the one that has like a legitimately super good story, because they gave it to the lady who wrote the Dark Knight quest line. And the 0.3 series patch is always the one that ends the expansion story. And then the 0.4 and 0.5 is gearing up for the next one. So you saw a lot of emotionality gifs and whatnot. There has been a long-running, like, I would call it the A thread, right? The A plot.
Mm-hmm.
Of the background story. That's been going since 2.0 in 2014. And the patch that came out last week is the end of that plot.
Okay.
And it is the end of two other plot lines that were also established back in 2014. And they totally nailed it. There's a big argument to be made as to how much of this is made up as it goes along and how much of it is actually planned. But a really good example is that in the original game's final boss, this dumbass comes out and starts spouting the craziest villain shit, just like, we need to resurrect our dark god because this, and it's your fault.
Pre-Realm Reborn?
No, a Realm Reborn, right? We need to fucking resurrect our dark god to fucking save the planet and the laws of creation. Yeah, and it's just like fucking nonsense. It made no sense.
Okay.
And it made no sense in 3.0, and it made no sense in 4.0. And then you get to the ending of Shadowbringers, and you go, oh, wow, that actually makes complete perfect sense. Holy shit, that's incredible. There's no way they wrote that ahead of time. They must have just tried to figure out a story that made it work. And that also happens again with this last one, where characters that you had no idea how they could possibly, I wouldn't say fix, but make interesting, become the most interesting thing.
Do you know that it's the same writers or writer across all
No,
of these?
it is explicitly different ones.
Interesting.
Every expansion has been written by a different person.
and the final piece ends up making all the rest of it work out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope to fuck they keep this lady running the writing staff on the next one, and so on and so forth.
That is what that is a sign of extreme competence on behalf of the person in charge of the final leg of the race.
Yeah, I believe
because
the scenario writer is like the same on all of them, but like the person who actually like writes it out has been different every time.
That is a toss up that can go horribly wrong often.
What happened is I forget her name. I really feel bad. I should look her up. What happened is they added the Dark Knight back in Heavensward, and you do your class quests, right? So the White Mage class quest is some trees are sick with the taint. We got to cleanse the taint, and you do White Mage things and you whatever, right? Her name is Ishikawa, a good Ishikawa. So, and then you Dragoon quest, and it's like, we gotta get these dragons. Fucking dragons, right? You know, it's charming but boilerplate, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fucking Dark Knight quest line pops off, and you're engaging with a version of your character that hates the fact that you're an errand boy in an MMO. And constantly talk shit about how much time you're wasting on these fucking pointless side quests. And it is this like chasm of quality between that one and everything else. And you're like, okay. And then the quest series for Dark Knight at the next level, great. And the one after that, great. Like, and you're just like, oh my god, they should get this person to write all of these. And the dev team agreed. It's this thing where, you know, this kind of project is made by so many different people that every now and then you get to see like, oh wow, this one piece is way higher quality than everything else.
Well, so what you're describing is reminding me of currently what I experienced with Halo, in that Halo 2 ended up asking way more interesting questions than Halo 3 could answer.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of it, it ends up being a satisfactory series of answers, but the ideas put forth that are like just questions, you don't know where they're going. The threads put forth in 2 are like they lead to like way more interesting possibilities than what we end up with, which is, you know, sometimes just kind of like a couple of expected straight punches. And it turns out that it's because the writer for 2 did his job, and then they handed it off to other people, and then he was only involved with 3 to the capacity that like he gave them a couple of sentences. And then they carried the rest forward. So
it's an alien. It turns into a grave mind, and I
think he literally gave quotes. I think it was like there's like 3 quotes that he's like, oh yeah, the characters can say these lines at some point in the story, and then the rest was just like, yeah, figure it out, you know?
Yeah. So
if that's incorrect, that's what someone dumped in a giant paragraph story to me to explain what it is. That's what I was told.
Yeah. So Ishikawa gets given the Dark Knight questline. She kills it. It's the best questline in the game. Then they give her, for Stormblood, which was the Asian expansion, they give her what is essentially the Mongolian steppe like tribute area. That's the best zone in the game. And then they go, oh, okay. And they give her the whole expansion, essentially. And now that storyline is essentially over, I feel more confident talking about it, and it's I find it fascinating from not the game story, but like an MMO perspective. WoW has always had this problem, and a lot of MMOs have this problem, where they're. But I'll use WoW as the example. WoW wants you to be the single unit from the RTS, right?
Apparently what I was talking about applies to Halo 2. Got it. Okay, sorry. Go
on. You're the Orc Warrior, or you're the Human Mage unit, right? And if you were to just pull WoW's camera up, and look down, right, it would look like the RTS, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
A lot of MMOs really want to put into the idea of like you're just some guy in a big world, right? 14 has like never done that. It has like a definitive story in which your character is the main character of that plot. But because it's an MMO, your character is limited to, pre-canned dialogue choices occasionally, and is generally a weirdo that doesn't speak.
To be fair, in WoW, you're some guy in a big world, but you have the shiniest, craziest lightning armor.
Yeah,
and you're
but so does
standing
everyone
next to
else.
somebody else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. In 14, you're like the de facto canonical warrior of light, and you're the one. There are other people that are hanging out, but you're the guy, right? And what Shadowbringers started to do, which was really weird and could have been a disaster, and it started with that Dark Knight thing, is that they let your character, not you, but your character, have agency and a personality. And that could have been really awful if you didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's good. And they also actually allow your character to actually speak without your input, which is also really bizarre because you spent 6 years playing this mute.
Okay, here's a question, right? The function of a silent protagonist, I feel like we've discussed this a lot of times,
Yeah.
but it serves a purpose for allowing people to, self-insert and comfortably just sort of, I guess, like sightsee their way through this world and the story as the other characters that are your friends are actually making bigger, stronger decisions and saying things and being much more direct about what they're doing. Has there ever been a case where they swerved it, where the silent protagonist starts doing things and having a personality, and like people generally went, "Oh, fuck that, I hate this, I want to go back to being nobody"? Has that ever backfired? Essentially,
I can't think of one.
Because I can think of like I know that there's games where
Samus. Oh, yeah, that's the ultimate. And the Fallout character. Samus is the worst, dude. Could you imagine if, like, Gordon Freeman started talking and he was, like, actually an MIT nerd and he was, like, an insufferable tech boomer?
I mean, Samus ends up... Like if Samus, ends up being, like, fine in, like, subspace emissary context,
where she doesn't speak.
Yeah, but other M being the one where they throw a whole lot of that in there, certainly. I wasn't thinking of, like, across sequels. I was thinking of, like, in a game where it is revealed at some point that, oh, you are not a self-insert. There is a reason why you're this mute and quiet. And here's your actual personality.
Really weird because with an MMO, it's unclear whether or not these are sequels or not. Right? Like, you ostensibly go to a store and buy Shadowbringers, and that's the sequel to Stormblood. But it's a weird thing.
Okay.
But yeah, your character gets to talk. Your character gets to emote, and every now and then you get dialogue choices in which somebody asks you a question and your response is, I don't really have a choice in this, do I? Or I'm just going to do that thing where I nod and you make me go kill, 10 giraffe or some shit. But they totally nailed it. The conclusion to... Ishikawa was given not the situation of, hey, I'll just ask a bunch of cool questions. They were given the job of answer these questions that somebody thought up 6 years ago. And she nailed it. And then the final encounter, which I don't want to talk about at all because it's a huge pop, is incredible. The music that they showed up with is great. And the little foreshadowing for the future of what is coming in this is fantastic. There's even a weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference in that one of the characters in the game is a astrologian, which uses cards, and turns out he's a goddamn Yu-Gi-Oh! Voice actor. So he just
Oh,
starts doing Yu-Gi-Oh poses in the fucking background of a scene. Because fuck it.
like an English voice actor.
No, the Japanese voice actor.
The
So in
Japanese
English, it makes
voice
no
actor.
sense. In
Okay.
English, it's like, why are you posing like that, dude?
Oh boy. Okay. And they yeah, I see. And the English voice actor clearly has nothing to do with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Um, it's just very nice that after like a 9-month wait and them talking about how, um, all the COVID troubles and all that, that it's like, oh no, wait, game's still good, game's still great, good, fantastic. That's pretty much what I did with my week when I wasn't chasing the dog around. Trying to level everybody to cap, which is going well. Almost there.
I am
Listening to my friends on Discord who already leveled things back to cap a year ago, doing all sorts of stupid fucking MMO shit is the weirdest, Wooly, because you get like proper in and familiar with that situation that my friend Vel just blew his whole week last week playing Mahjong. But he was playing Mahjong in 14.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was a feature in 14, because East Asian audiences want to play Mahjong, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said, fuck it, I'll give Mahjong a try. And I ended up learning how to play Mahjong and playing a shit ton of Mahjong.
Yeah. Sometimes you're an explorer. Sometimes you're a social, adventurer. Sometimes you switch roles and you just do the thing. You hang out and you play, what is it? Dead Man's Morris on that pirate ship in Assassin's Creed for way longer than you're supposed to. And sometimes you're a beater.
Sometimes you're a beater. So, before I move off the 14 stuff, which I'm pretty much done with, it's good. They recently changed the way the free trial works. Did you hear about that, Wolves?
No.
So the free trial used to be, hey man, you want to play Final Fantasy 14? You can play it for free up to level 35. And the problem with that is that level 35 is literally the worst part of the entire game. So you play up to 35 and like those quests suck and you go, oh, well, I guess it's not that good. And you stop, right? They have recently expanded the free trial to go all the way up to level 60, which includes the Heavensward expansion. And the Heavensward expansion is great. So if you want to pretend you're time traveling 4 years ago, pretty much the whole game is there for free.
I was going to say, it must be nice to come in late and not have these gaps and then just do story content one after the other back to back.
Well, on top of that, they also did this thing where back when the game first came out, they were worried that people weren't going to have enough content. So what they did was, with the patches of 2.1 to 2.5, they put 1 million quests in, right? And the problem is that when you played them in a row, like you're describing, Wolves, it was this arduous slog. But when you played them,
you described this before with tons of sides and bullshit to go through.
Right. So what they did with this patch is they removed about 30% of 2.0's total quests. Going, okay, people want to get to Heavensward. People want to get to Stormblood. People want to get to Shadowbringers. This is the weakest part of the game. Let's cut. So they cut. So now the version of 1 to 60 is actually a much better one than it was 2 weeks ago. And I have a big piece of advice for everybody who is thinking about getting into Final Fantasy XIV with the free trial. There's your server and there's your data center. Your data center is a collection of servers, and you can visit anybody else on on any other server as long as it's your data center, right? So if I'm on Primal, which I am, it doesn't matter what server I'm on, right? I can go visit people in Famfrit or Ultros or whatever the fuck, right? In North America, there's Aether, Primal, and Crystal. Crystal's the new one. Crystal's the one they made last year, and they put you get a buff I think it's called Road to 70, which makes you go faster in leveling, and it's filled with new players. Don't make your character on Crystal.
Why?
Because it's a fucking shithole. It is an absolute goddamn shithole. Because they put the fucking RP server on it. So you get into this situation. You get into this situation where servers get reputations, right? You had back before you could hop between data centers. You had a situation where Hyperion is the server where a lot of legacy players from 1.0 live, because it used to be a legacy server, right? So everybody on that server is rich. You have a situation where you have Gilgamesh, which somehow became the raiding server. It's the most populated server, and it's where everybody moves their character to raid, right?
You have to pay money to move off of Crystal.
And then you have Balmung. And Balmung was the designated RP server. And Balmung is the fucking ground zero of you don't pay my sub and you do you.
Okay.
Right.
I'm gonna like touch my tongue with my finger and hold it up to the wind for a second here and just kind of guess that is it perhaps a possibility that the RP servers / the RP players happen to in addition to, I guess, I don't know, perhaps being a pretty rough situation to hang around, do they also happen to not be very good at the gameplay part of the game?
They're also not very good at the game part.
Okay.
Now, granted, every server has just people who are terrible, but that Crystal shit, because they threw the RP server on there and they had all the new servers go on Crystal. It's filled with a lot of very new players and a lot of weird asshole RPers. There is a subreddit that I love. I absolutely adore, called Tales from Duty Finder, which is nothing but people taking screenshots of their goddamn text logs of arguments they have while doing content.
Okay.
And it is like hard skewed towards fucking Crystal.
Well, I have a question. What is buying clears?
Oh, man. Let me tell you.
What is that?
Buying clears is the most legit scam available. So, selling gold is immoral.
Mm-hmm.
And if you sell gold, you will get banned. But if, say, you want, hey, man, I want the mount from the new super hard raid, right? And I suck. Well, what I can do is find a group that is so good that they can clear an 8-man super hard raid with 7 people. And I'm just going to pay them whatever they want to drag my fucking corpse through it until that mount drops. And then I get the mount.
Okay. It's literally just jump on the team and get carried all the way through.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can do that with Gil, or you can do that with cash. Now, if you do that with Gil, that's technically within the rules, and that's fine. It's fucking gross, but it's fine. If you do that with cash, don't get caught. If the
Min
run
used to sell clears, apparently.
If the encounter is difficult enough that you can't do it with 7 people and a corpse, you get to have the super fun experience of giving another person your login information so that they can literally feed it
just
for
do
you
it for
with your
you.
body.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Now,
Yeah,
I
it's
will
exactly
point
what it
out,
sounds like.
even if you're the type of person who would do that, fucking don't do that. Okay? Because there's no reason they can't just empty your character's bank account or items
Like,
or trash it
just
or
like, what recourse do you have if the person says, "Hey, fuck you, you got"?
I can tell you right now. So say, hey, fuck you, it's my account now. I'm transferring all my guild with this character, right? Your only recourse would be to contact support, right? And then you go, hey, this guy took my account. How'd he get in your account? I don't know. And then they go look at the chat logs between that on that account, and they go, oh, you gave this person your login info, we'll fix that for you. And then they ban the account forever.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Like, there's no recourse. Don't give out your login information, you fucking idiots.
God, it's been really busy at school this semester, and I just don't have time. And my brother was using the computer all the time, so I couldn't get better. So I just wanted to fucking... What was the problem? Fuck.
I'll also give you everybody a piece of advice that if you're gonna run party finder stuff, there's a loot option that you can choose when you make a party. That's called Loot Master, which means that the party leader gets to decide who gets what items. If you ever see Loot Master on a party, don't join it. Because here's how it's going to work. You're going to join an encounter that takes 10 minutes and has a 5% drop rate for the thing you want. The party leader's going to go, okay, it's Loot Master so that I get the first one, but then we'll all stay and get everybody who joins their stuff. And you go, it can take 300 clears to guarantee that this drops for 8 people. That's like 100 hours. I don't think you're going to bust out 100 hours of runs on your fucking Sunday afternoon. It sounds like you're just going to steal the first drop and fucking run. No, I would never. And then every single time, that's exactly what happens.
Right. Man, shout outs to that kid that was back in my arcade when I used to live with my mom's apartment, and he was at the arcade, and he would basically take not that much. I think it was like $20, maybe $25 to play Gauntlet Legends with your character and max it out.
Great.
He's like, yep, hand me a 20. And I think it might have been plus the cost of the quarters to play. But he would make 20 and he would just be like, yep, I'll be here maxing your character out so that whenever you feel like coming over and playing your maxed out character, I got it. And he would just do it IRL.
Yeah. You can do that. You can have somebody power level your thing. One of the reasons they add the jump potion, they call it. Well, they actually don't call it that. They call it some fancy fucking. But the reason those games add the jump potion, which is buy a $30 straight to skip to level cap thing,
catch up to the content, yeah,
is because if not, the people will just do what you literally just described. Right? Mm-hmm. People are going to pay money to get their character to level cap, and they don't give a shit.
Might as well get a cut of that.
So the company goes, well, might as well be us.
Yeah.
Gets it.
Yeah.
It's always fun seeing those players because you can feel it. Like, you can literally fucking see it with your eyes that they used the skip. They all have the same gear set on, the gear set that's given to them for free. And then they're hitting random buttons. It's always a fun experience for me when you're running a dungeon, and it's a dungeon where your class shit is autopilot, right? Like, I don't have to look at the fucking screen to do my rotation, so I can look everywhere else on the screen I want. So what can you do? Well, if you know the animations of the other classes, you can just watch the other character and know exactly what they're doing. And you can
Mm-hmm.
tell that they're doing nothing.
It's
You can
interesting
tell
because
that they're a fucking black mage hitting ice 1 80 times in a row.
it's interesting because like this particular thing, the more purely multiplayer a game is, the sillier the proposition gets. For
Mm-hmm.
example, give me your login info. I'll get you to Grandmaster in a whatever fighting game ranked mode, and
Yeah.
then you go back and log in, and you're like, "Great, I'm in Grandmaster," and you fight once. And you just get annihilated so hard that you get booted back to fucking nothing.
Yeah,
And
it's a fool's game because you're always going to have to, if you don't improve, you're always going to have to keep paying to get back in.
mm-hmm.
Right?
But like in that context, it's purely multiplayer and the bragging rights of the situation. Whereas in this case, there might actually be content access that you are being denied or whatever the case may be. You know.
Yeah.
But
But
that's yeah okay.
it's dude, I could do like a 4-hour podcast on like MMO social conventions and like the most infuriating of which, and it's just so I've told you about you don't pay my sub.
Mm-hmm.
What has become more prevalent as of late is you worry about you. Is, hey man, did you know you could actually cut the damage on this if you just hit this one button that's free? Don't worry about it. What? Well, no, but I'm having to heal you. It's much harder. It's no, don't worry about it. You just do you. I want to
Mm-hmm.
scream.
Mm-hmm.
My buddies went into, God, they went into a level 80 fucking trial the other day, and they look and they're like, why does the black mage die to every mechanic? And that's because the black mage is wearing gear from the last expansion. They went a dozen levels and a full expansion without ever putting on a single new piece of gear. And usually when you confront people like that, you go, hey, why not? And like, don't worry about it. No, I just like it this way. And it's like, you are intentionally making the game so miserable for yourself because your character is so much. Why? Just put a fucking piece of gear on.
That didn't. Okay, I'm not. I don't know what. How often do you change gear in this game?
Every level.
Okay, okay. All right.
Every single level. And at level cap, like every week. Like it's crazy. Like, are you enjoying going through the story trials? Like, barely managing to make it through because your character dies instantly?
Now I will say this: the closest thing I've ever had to an experience in this way was when I used to play Overwatch and Apex with like Skull God and some other people that were like way better than FPS games than I was. Excuse me, am. And I will say that like playing that way straight up forced me to get better at a lot of things simultaneously, and I very much enjoyed how hard that got. And I
Mm-hmm.
and I feel as if like it's almost like you're the shitty drummer in a really good band, and you kind of just have to rise to the occasion a little bit,
Yeah.
so I do appreciate a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But
So I'd like to take a second because I saw something that was, this just seems like me being an OCD control freak, and this just seems like getting mad that people play the game differently. And I understand that criticism from people that don't play a game like this because it just sounds like, well, they're not min-maxing it or whatever. Shame on them. The thing is that in a game like FF14, specifically the way that the system works, there is not a different way to play. There's a good way and a bad way.
hmm,
Like for example, you look at a raid, right? There's a timeline of events on that raid of like you look at and you can go at 22 seconds after the pull, the boss will do this. At 35 seconds after the pull, the boss will do this, right? There is a numerically perfect way to play that fight. And the goal is to get as close as you possibly can to that. If you are freestyling it, you're not playing differently, you're playing badly. You're less effective. And if this was a single player game and you wanted to play Devil May Cry 5 by doing 95 stingers in a row, fine. That's just fine, right? The problem is, let's say I'm a tank and my gear is 10 levels below what it's supposed to be. Encounters that I join up might be incompletable because the healer just literally can't heal me enough. You might run into situations where, because you're a damage dealer, you can't beat the boss before its end rage because you literally don't know how to do enough damage. And when you do that and you go, no, I'm just doing whatever, you're basically expecting everybody else to carry you. And if you do end up not being able to clear it because of your stubbornness, you're essentially wasting 10 minutes of time times 7 for everybody else in the gang.
Also, Devil May Cry doesn't have unavoidable damage.
It doesn't. Man, MMOs have shit tons of unavoidable damage. Like, I mean, that's what a raid wide is. A raid wide is, at this point, everybody going to take this much damage, and that's it. Heal up or die. So it's just this thing of like, no, they're not playing different. I'm not casually playing. It's not about, like, if you can, people who play casually are not the problem. People who play bad on purpose are the problem, right? In a fighting game equivalent, it would be, did you know that if you block low, this guy won't sweep you? Because it blocks low. And the response comes back, you worry about your own character. And it's like, I'm talking to you and you're on my team in the 3v3 at SBO. Right?
Right,
like,
right.
Dude, block him low, for fuck's sake.
It's, I just want to, as an aside, I just want to say it's funny you brought that up, because there was a fantastic tweet that popped up, which is Chris Hu, commentator extraordinaire. I
was talking to Paige about Chris Hu because of this. I was explaining to her, like, this guy makes no sense. Listen to this combo clip. And she's like, what the fuck is he saying? I go, I don't know.
It's the best. It's the best. He's great. But, like, there's a quote where they basically went, why don't you block the overhead if you know it's coming, right? Yeah. Like, why do you still block low? And he said, we don't drink water from the tap because we know that the tap sink area water might be dirty. Yet, when we have a dirty apple, we use the tap water to wash the apple and then eat the apple.
And then he goes, do you understand?
And I'm like, no, that is Chris. That I completely understand. That is 2000 IQ. That is amazing. It is going, there are two problems here, and one is being used to fix the other, and the lesser of the two evils is one that I will abide. So I will keep blocking low, because if you land that overhead, you're not going to get anything off of it. Versus if I get knocked down or opened up, it's a much worse punishment.
Okay, you should just translate fucking Chris Hu.
Yeah, it's almost another way of saying take the throw, But it's dear God, what a fucking like $1,000 quote right there.
You know what's a great, like, good timing of me bringing this conversation up again? Have you seen this clip of this dude? Scrub Quotes retweeted it recently, of this guy complaining about a Fall Guys player.
No.
So it's a dude reacting to a guy's TikTok, and guy number 1 is playing that hexagon game in Fall Guys, and he is crushing it. He is knocking everybody into the ocean. He's picking all the right hexagons. And guy number 2 is essentially complaining. See, tryhards that just play to win and just always everything's got to be about winning. It's so sweaty. They're what ruin games. And it's like the implication, other than that, is assuming you're not just mad that you're not as good, is that you're playing to lose. Or that you somehow don't care about success at all.
Okay.
Which everyone knows isn't true.
I can say as someone with a fucking near PhD in the discussion of the difference between playing for fun and playing for glory.
Yeah.
That someone who's saying that is absolutely coming from a place where at a pure level they're just like, I wish I was that good, but I'm not. That's what they're feeling.
They could also say, I wish that I could enjoy this game while only putting this amount of time into it.
Right. And
so that happened to me with Overwatch, where it's like, I liked Overwatch, but I wasn't willing to put the time in to play with the sweat meats. And I was like, well, darn.
And that extrapolates.
That's not their fault.
Like that extrapolates all the way over to, as I've discussed it with back in the day with fisticuffs and then to the current, you have the guy at the college Smash setup who's playing way too competitively while everyone is just trying to dick around between classes and have fun. And you're ruining the mood and you're ruining the event by winning too hard. That's the energy they're hoping to convey. But it's really and truly just you're super mad that you're not that good compared to the way this guy's playing. That's what it comes down to.
I see a really good comment in there that I'd like to respond to, which is, guys, not everyone plays video games as a day job. You're completely right. And before 2012, neither did I. And this attitude goes back to the time which I was 5. Because I didn't want my brother to take it easy on me in Street Fighter, even if he kicked my shit in, because I wanted to actually play a real fucking match rather than a baby match where somebody just coddled me.
Allow me to elaborate for a second too, and say that if that asshole at the college Smash setup was enforcing stage selections, item rules, and things like that were then
that would be outrageous.
Actively getting in the way of the way everyone's playing the game, that is a different thing.
Yeah, go to hell.
The person,
you're ruining food for real.
That's very different from the person playing with you, doing whatever you want, but just being really good at it.
Yeah.
With all the items and bullshit and everything going.
And then when you get into a game in which is a team game, and I can use 14, but it's way more fun to use Overwatch. I want to be Widowmaker. You're not good at Widowmaker. I don't care. I want to be Widowmaker. We're gonna lose because Widowmaker, right? Like, just we already have 2 Widowmakers. Widowmaker. I'm the sniper, and it's
Ryuga waga teki wo kuro. Thanks, Hanzo.
It always comes down to the same feeling of like, you don't pay my sub, right? But it's more than that, because it expands way past games that have subs. And it's like, I get to do whatever I want with my game, right? But that means other people get to do whatever they want with their game, which includes telling you to go fuck yourself for playing the 3rd Widowmaker. See, in a game with like pure matchmaking, like like Overwatch or something like that, I mean, you're never gonna run into that guy ever again, right? It's gonna be like a negative experience. You're gonna tell them to fuck off, maybe get a little toxic, but then they're gone. They're gone the instant that log off happens. In a game like 14, where you're running through Party Finder, and people have persistent named characters, that can follow you.
You know, I think based on this conversation and the earlier one a while ago about that dragon thing, whatever it was.
DKP!
Yeah, sure. Right. That.
Dragon kill points!
Okay. All right. So that. Also, I'm reminded of your journey into, top, mid, or jungler. And I'm also reminded of there was another one in there, but the point I'm making is this. Games where you in particular are forced into a cooperative situation have high enough highs that you are willing to go into them as much as possible and enjoy that. But like the problem with forced cooperation is that it creates a lower than any other single player loss can give you.
It's the lowest low that could ever be.
Yeah.
So, I'll use a 14 example because it's the one that comes to mind the best, but I'll also use League. There was a raid series.
Apex as well.
Yeah, Apex is a good one too. There was a raid series back in Heavensward where people said, the 2.0 raids were too easy. So they went, okay. So they did the 3.0 raid series and Gordius, right? And the way that Gordius was tuned for damage was that if a single person died at any point during the entire encounter, even if you raised them, you would never be able to make up for the damage loss of them being dead for a minute, and you would fail immediately. Like, you would never be able to catch up damage-wise. So it became known as the Static Destroyer. And a static is your group of 8 people that you play with every week instead of, randomly match made. It's your static. Because it very, very quickly would expose situations.
The weakest link.
Where 5 or 6 people are killing it and 1 or 2 are not. And fuck. Right? That can get really genuinely emotionally awkward, particularly if you've been friends for a while. Like, imagine cutting people from the team in Little League, right? But now it's like a bunch of adults, and you're like, dude, I just want to clear this fucking fight.
But we all subbed together because we're a group of friends that want to
play
together. I know
you don't have enough time to play lately because of the baby.
But I'm only paying my sub to hang out with you guys. That's the only reason why I'm subbing.
And you have people that are joining for different reasons. There's the guy who's like, dude, I just want to crush the hardest content available. And those people invariably end up leaving their friend statics to join statics of people who they don't know, which will include weirdos out in Sweden and Germany. And they'll start raiding at 4 a.m. because those dudes are kick-ass and they will clear. And then you have the other group that's like, that's what I'm currently doing. It's like, let's just hang out on Sunday and do the thing. Right?
Now here's the
One
question.
day a week, we'll just hang out.
Can the person then who's been kicked out log in, see all the rest?
Oh, absolutely.
On active in there doing the thing?
Oh yeah. You go to your friends list and it shows what instance they're in. It sucks. And that's
they come back with a little icon that says they beat it. Yeah.
Imagine going into fucking a group and you go, everybody knows how to do this. We're just gonna bang out some clears, and you get like 10 seconds in, and it's always the best part because every time in 14, when you're a new player to any activity, right, it always gives you a little bonus for clearing. So it'll say, hey, there's a new player in this instance. That means that everybody will get 50 extra poetics. But if you do like a farm party, which means everybody has it on lock, and you load in and that bonus comes up, everybody starts to go insane. Because it's like, who the fuck is new? How can this be a fucking farm if somebody's new? Who the fuck doesn't know what they're doing?
Right.
Can you not read, motherfucker?
Also, what if the your old group of friends grabs someone else that's a vet, and then they crush it, and then they're like, "Hey, man, you're pretty good. Why don't you hang around?" And suddenly, your clique has replaced you.
That happens.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped raiding with my group of guys for about a year in the middle of Stormblood, and they replaced me with a different tank. And
Dude, the new kid's basement is sick. He's got a pool table.
And
we're going to his house.
Like straight up, one of two things happens. Either that person is cool, and you probably end up getting to know them, and you'll figure out whatever happens, or that person is not cool, and the instant you go, "Hey, man, I'd really like to come back and take my spot back," people go, "Okay." At the next patch, we'll be like, "Hey, our old friend is coming back. Sorry," and then just push them out the fucking treehouse.
Or
you end up with these situations where, well, they say you have 6 group of friends and you want to play 14, and you and your 5 friends are good pals, and right? You're all cool.
Mm-hmm.
But all of you are DPS and healers, and you need 2 tanks. Well, problem is tanks are rare, and it's a buyer's market for tanks. So you're gonna go into PF and you're gonna ask around and you're gonna try and find people, and guarantee you, one of those dudes is gonna be annoying as shit. But you'll live with it. Because you want a goddamn clear.
Based 1v1 games, you're a loner from the get-go.
Yeah.
Only trust your fists.
So
no
yeah,
one else
it's the way you described it, like League of Legends, if you have one bad player on your team, you've lost. Right? And you can I played enough League to get to understand just why it's so toxic. Because you can tell from the first 10 seconds of the match in many cases if you're going to lose. And the games are like 40 minutes long. If you are playing and you see Mordekaiser go mid, fuck. I might as well just quit now. I might as well just fucking give up. And like that is infuriating.
Like again, it's you just the both MMOs and like fucking MOBAs where you're describing you can watch 40 wasted minutes about to start. Like that. I've never felt that.
I can't leave.
I've never felt that, and like, dear God, will I do everything in my power to never feel that.
Well, Overwatch probably had it the worst of any game I could ever hear, because when you would start the ranked match and then someone would drop and you still had to play the match.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
It was garbage.
No chance.
It was garbage when it happened. It was garbage. It was not no chance, but dear God, was it fucking rough. And for the most part, like, at least those games are, over in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You totally nailed it. These multiplayer games, given the correct circumstances, can give you the highest high. Why do I have a phone call? Excuse me. Mom and Dad, I'm currently live on the internet.
Ruh-roh.
Excuse me while I text my father and be like, "Dad, I'm live on the internet right now, please." But yeah, the highest highs, absolutely. Like when me and my buddies cleared Pizza Party for the first time back in fucking 3.3 and beat Thornton after like a month, and we all cheered and we're like, "Yeah, we did! Oh, this crowd, we beat Thornton! Woo!" Right? That was great. The time where my dumbass buddy Cog subbed in on a Scholar, a class he doesn't know how to play, and was able to mitigate like a giant like raid buster down to the point where you get to see a 0 pop up on your health bar. Like it literally says 0 exclamation point. That's the amount of damage it did.
Mm-hmm.
That was hilarious, right? The time that I personally screwed up a mechanic 12 times in a row, and no one could figure out why we were wiping until I realized it was me and went, oh god, it was me. And then everyone gave me shit for like 4 years. That's a fun experience.
Right.
But on top of that is every single fucking time I go into goddamn Duty Finder, I am rolling a dice roll to deal with fucking idiots.
I hope it's worth it.
It's
Seems like
super
it is.
worth it.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why people like fucking get sick of these games and fucking crash out. I won't even say burn out. Right? Like crash out. Like they have one extra bad day and they're like, fuck it, I'm out of here.
Now you're describing like, 1 out of 8 people being garbage and a thing happening like that.
WoW you could be one good one in a team of 8 garbos.
Right.
That.
But like if 39 out of 40 people are competent in a WoW raid, right?
Yeah.
Like I assume that like you can mask that more with bigger numbers.
I'm not personally familiar with WoW raids, but it is my impression that one person, the number one thing that can fuck up in a WoW raid is if one of those 40 people walks a little too close to something they're not supposed to walk too close to, and pulls like 10 guys onto the raid while you're doing something, and then everybody wipes. Like the famous clip of the guy screaming 50 DKP minus over and over is because people aren't in the spots they're supposed to, or people aren't throwing the dots down they're supposed to.
So he's just giving everyone demerits.
You can go look it up if you're not familiar. It's this guy. Like he's the raid leader and he's on voice, and he's like more dots, more dots, more dots, more dots, and then starts like the fucking dragon whelps come in on the left side, and he's like, who the fuck isn't picking up the whelps, and just starts yelling out 50 DKP minus, 50 DKP minus over and over to everybody on the left side. It's like, shut the like. It's the most toxic shit that's ever been recorded.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, obfuscating it in particular language definitely amplifies that effect.
Yeah.
Cool.
That mentality is I am an RTS commander and my units won't do what I tell them.
Exactly. That's the fucking dude.
And that is the most fucked up way you could ever look at a team of people ever.
Nail on the fucking head. That's super on point. My units are not listening to me. Oh my god. Yeah. Interesting.
Like there's a difference between. There's a wild difference between yelling at people to pick up the left side because that's what they're supposed to do, and my buddy Vel making fun of me by calling out 70 times in a row that I have to pick up the meteor on the left side of Ruby Weapon because I keep fucking it up. And he goes, Pat, you gotta pick up the yeah, I know! I goddamn know, Vel. We cleared it 109 times. I fucked it up like 4 times. Okay. I fucking know to pick up the meteor. God damn it.
Okay.
That's pretty much. I've been playing a lot of 14 and taking care of a lot of poop.
Yeah.
Oh, Wooly, I forgot to tell you. So, you remember last week I described that poop got into my thumb and my thumb got infected?
You did mention.
My thumb is no longer infected. My thumb
Good.
no longer hurts. It's no longer
Good.
swollen. What
Good.
happened
Great.
is that it got really swollen, and then I bent it while I was in the shower, and I guess the heat or something caused it to swell up, and the right side of my nail must have punctured it, because then it shot like a bunch of goo out all over, and it popped like a zit, or it's like my thumb like came on the wall with the poop goo.
I appreciate bookmarking, or rather bookending your segments with gross shit.
Yeah.
It almost sounds
It's 'cause
intentional.
it was infected, and there was lots of pus in my thumb, so I had to. I had to squeeze the rest of it out because of the poop.
Can you tell that Pat doesn't like when people tell him not to talk about gross things?
No, it's actually this is just constant revenge for the colostomy bag thing.
Gotcha. Still on that.
It's targeted. What is a little weird though is my thumb has like a line on it now. I think I lost some thumb meat during this encounter. Oh well.
You don't. Your body should not be undergoing changes at this point. In
I don't know. Maybe I'm going through second puberty.
You know, like at this point in the game, you kind of want the state of things, the state of lines and details to remain relatively the same.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, let's take a quick word from our sponsor.
Let's do that.
This week, Cancel Super Beast is brought to you by Honey.
Hey, honey, what up?
Honey, it's like you're calling me honey, but I'm not honey. Honey is
honey. It's the sponsor.
Honey is the sponsor. Honey is what you use to help you save money online. We all shop online. We've seen that promo code field. It taunts you. It beckons at you. It dances. It shakes its ass, and it's like, hey, you don't know what to type in here, so you get no discounts, right? Right? Well, now that is a thing of the past. You no longer have to be taunted by the promo code field, because Honey is a free browser extension that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart right before you click to finalize your order.
It's the digital version of your Aunt Betty going coupon scouring in the local newspaper.
Exactly. So you know when you walk up to the cashier and you're doing the whole thing, and then they're like, hey, do you have your points card? And you're like, no, I don't bother with that. And you look over, and sometimes there's like somebody who's cutting out their coupons and holding up the line and all that. Well, what if you had somebody that went ahead and basically cut the coupon and was waiting for you, so that when you pulled up to the register, they're like, here you go, done and done.
I'd go, thank you, nice person.
Yeah. Your auntie is ready, waiting at the counter with your coupons. And you didn't even know. You're like, oh shit, I was planning to spend a bit more than that. Right? So it's kind of like that. Except it supports over 30,000 stores online. And, all you have to do is, and when you're at checkout, the Honey button drops down and you just click on Apply Coupons. It takes a few seconds, and it finds all the coupons it can find for that site. And then you just watch the prices drop. So with over 17 million members and over $2 billion in savings already applicable, that's a lot. If you don't already have
that many savings,
with that much going on already, if you don't already have Honey, you might as well be straight out missing out on free savings. It's like free money that you're just leaving on the table.
Don't leave the free money on the table. Take the free money.
It's there. So, by getting it, do yourself a solid. Support the podcast as well. And, hey, get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thanks, Honey.
Okay, so on my side of the fence,
what's going on in Woolly Land?
Well, yeah, had a bit of a different week. I think I mentioned it a little bit last week, but Steph was hitting that point of like gotta get the fuck out, You know, getting
Yeah,
a little.
that was exactly what Paige was doing when the car became like a far off future thing. To we need to get a car because I'm gonna kill you, Pat.
Yep. So that's when we basically put together the plan to grab our current quarantine bubble and head up to the cabin. Found a nice cabin up in. It was I think it was like near Tremblant kind of area.
Okay.
It was nice. Uh, took a long drive up and basically yeah. It was me, Punch Mom, Reggie Min, Lil V, and Jill, his fiance, and yeah, we kind of just went and chilled up there for a couple of days. It was pretty cool. It was very relaxing.
Nice, relaxing. Yeah.
Yep, had a nice body of water to stare at. I got to stoke a fire and stare at it. And there was also a meteor shower happening this weekend, or last weekend rather. So, you could like catch a couple of comets whizzing by. So that was cool.
Careful it don't awaken some kind of ancient memory in you, buddy.
Nope, nothing like that. But yeah. So it was one of these kind of just no, not a ton of planning involved. Just ultimately a just decompress. And we did that. It was pretty great. I like fire management. Fire management is fun. It's very cool. Jill's very good at building a fire.
It's just fun to burn things.
It is. I have some fire management memories from my days of basically Bible Scouts that I was doing.
That's a hell of a rewrite.
It was
Willie has fire management memories. Is the version that will be written down in the history books.
Yeah, there's a thing called Pathfinders, which is like basically Bible Scouts for SDAs, and yeah, you learned a couple of things and all the same basic shit essentially. So that was cool. Did a couple of things up there, clearly, and at the forefront of everyone's mind, and so therefore I guess it has to be first in the discussion point, is the chips discussion, which, nothing to it. It's pretty straightforward. In fact, new people here might not have heard it, but I definitely brought this up to you a couple years back.
So now that I've had time to percolate on it, I think I do remember this discussion.
Yeah, it was in the middle of some LP somewhere, but essentially what I did was I just went, every once in a while, I like to describe things as tech because it's fun, like the towel dryer tech, which is that's the
life hacks.
That's another way to put it. I've seen some people complain about their dryers being too far away, and I've seen some people complain about their wet floor. And to that I say, if you don't have something on your bathroom floor to compensate for you getting out wet, then you're already fucking up to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, stop being a savage. Put some shit down on the floor so that you can step and not slip and die. Because I definitely have had a close enough encounter of slipping to know that, hey, head on the back of the bathtub from standing height, not a good time. So
slipping in the bathroom used to be funny, and now it's terrifying.
Exactly, right? Of all the ways you can go, balls out, bleeding because you just slipped on a dumb thing in the bathtub is probably one of the worst. You don't want that going down.
I don't.
And who knows what'll happen when, as you fucking bleed out and twitch, maybe your body will decide to evacuate itself, and then the scene becomes even worse.
Oh, it's ready.
So, hey, if you're stepping on wet floor and that's your problem, buy a fucking mat. It's not hard.
Or at the very least, throw down a towel or something. Like,
throw down a towel. That's what you do in a motel. It ain't that hard. And if the dryer is too far away, then I apologize. That's unfortunate. It works best when the washer and dryer is in the same room as you. But that's besides the point. The chip discussion was quite simple, and what I brought up to you guys and what was eventually brought up to the chalet was when a bag of chips, oftentimes certain brands more than others will have an uneven distribution of flavoring because the powder and a lot of the goodness in some cases will be concentrated at the bottom of the bag. Mm-hmm. And thus it is sitting on a shelf the entire time with that collected at the bottom of the bag. And every time it moves, every time it gets shipped in a truck, whatever it does till it gets on the shelf, it's all there at the bottom. So what I say is, instead of opening the traditional way, which is brand like logo up and you eat the bag and then you have the powder at the bottom, turn the bag over and you'll notice that the chips you eat off the top right away are really tasty. And as you reach into the bag to pull more chips out, what's on top, that sprinkled powder, will work its way down through the rest pretty effectively. It's something I've been doing for a while. And it obviously doesn't apply to a can of Pringles. And it definitely doesn't apply to, like Ruffles is a kind of brand where it's like every chip is pretty much set in its way. It's not as much about the thing there, the powder there. But, I feel like if you get like Miss Vicky's brands and things like that, you will definitely see more powder of flavor beneath it. It's a little bit like if you had those people that eat ramen raw.
Those people are.
I used to do it. It's been a minute, and to be fair, it's been.
There's the setup. There's the setup for this nonsense.
So,
this is. I don't know what I said the last time. I might have changed my mind since then, but this seems warped.
It's pretty straightforward, really.
I don't like the idea of, if you have a chip, I don't want that chip caked with a second layer of like freed dust.
So
I think the dust at the bottom of the fucking chip bag is like the waste product from the natural, like it's like the shit of the chip. Like the idea of like, oh, I need to redistribute that fucking dust.
No, I think you're wrong on that, and I disagree with it because I think what you're getting is whatever little bits break off in some cases, or whatever powder ends up falling off of the chips if it's a powdered flavored chip, right? And here's the thing about this stuff is it doesn't just apply to chips, right? It applies to a bag of cereal as well. A lot of this stuff I've stopped doing because I've been avoiding carbs generally, but you'll notice a bag of cereal is a really great example of shit gets to the bottom, and if you open the box and pull the bag out and you do it the opposite way, you will notice that, like, again, you're not getting this amount this shit at the bottom.
I don't want the cereal dust.
Well, that's fine. Then definitely don't. If you avoid it in general, then don't apply it to you.
Not only do I avoid the dust at the bottom, I shake almost every piece of food ever that goes into my face, so that all the bits that aren't really part of it that would fall off.
Okay, that's fine. But here's what I'm saying about the bag of chips. If you are somebody who does like the flavor of the thing and you don't avoid it, like if you avoid that flavor, then of course, why would you want more of it? That makes no sense. But if you're somebody who does like that flavor and you want more of it on your chips and you want it distributed better throughout the bag, then if you do this, you'll get to do that. It'll help fix that problem.
I need to confirm something. Somebody said, do you even shake hamburgers? Hey, wonderful lady in my life, do I shake my hamburger when I eat it? No, I mean, like, do I eat a bite and then do this? I do that.
Okay.
We both. Okay, I do it. I do. Okay, see, everyone in this house does that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay,
what
so
is
you
shaking
take
a
bite
hamburger?
Of your burger. You take a bite of your burger, right?
Okay.
And then the burger's still in your right hand.
Yes.
Right? And then as you're chewing, you slowly shake the burger just a little bit so that the juices that would shoot out just fall out, and then it's safe to take another bite of the burger. I do that, don't I? Yeah.
That's fucking...
And when you take a bite of cereal, you move the cereal spoon up and down once or twice to make sure that the excess runoff milk falls out, so that you don't have to, you don't worry about cereal splashing on your face.
As a person who finds that spoons don't contain enough milk in many cases anyway, that's upsetting. That's pretty upsetting. I gotta say.
Upsetting?
As somebody who, like, I've been given a bowl of cereal with a teaspoon instead of a tablespoon at times, and you're like, the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
I eat cereal with teaspoons.
You want more milk with the cereal.
I don't want a
tastes
tablespoon. That's
better.
Too much. That's too much of a bite of cereal.
How, like... Can I just break the fourth wall for a second here?
Yeah, let's break the fourth wall.
I brought this up knowing that anytime one discusses a weird food tactic, you are going to be the villain. And I was fully prepared to sit here and be the villain with this weird chip thing. And somehow you've taken the spotlight. Somehow. In the middle of discussion. I didn't even get a chance to pretend to go down an insane pathway towards chips being better off this way before you already took it somewhere else. I don't even know where to follow.
Well, because when you shake the spoon with the cereal, you're setting it to the same default state so that every cereal spoon is the same.
But milk with your cereal tastes good.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you, when you're done with the cereal, do you drink the cereal soup?
I do.
Okay, I just tossed that shit.
The milk with the cereal flavoring is so good that they were thinking about selling it on its own.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They were literally thinking about turning it into its own product, and they actually had bars and then cereal milk experimental shit because it was delicious. That's crazy.
That's madness. Don't drink that. It's poison. That's why I give all my cereal soup to Paige. Because she loves poison.
Do you remember Get Out?
The movie I didn't see?
Okay, so shout-outs
I know what you're talking about, though.
Shout-outs to Pat sitting there at his fucking table with a glass of milk and a hand-picked bowl of Fruit Loops, which you then eat one... Eat the cereal, crunch it in your mouth, and then take a sip of your milk with a straw.
I have absolutely eaten that 100%. I don't use the spoon, though. I just pick it with my hands.
And then sip the milk afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. The villain in that movie is shown to be so insane that that's how they eat cereal.
Yeah,
it's literally the point of showing the villain eating cereal that way is to emphasize how fucking crazy they are.
Yeah. I saw somebody say, asking the director, it's like, oh, was this a metaphor about, like, the white separated from the color? And he was like, no, I just wanted to think up the most psycho thing anyone could ever eat.
Exactly.
And I saw that. I'm like, oh, I've eaten that. I'll eat that right now.
Okay, well, anyway, the point of the chips was just that when you flip it over, you get some flavor. And then the counter argument was shake the bag, and then the flavor will get all over the chips.
Shaking the bag seems like a way more natural solution.
But it doesn't really work that well because, one, in a lot of cases, you're breaking up the chips more. You're just making...
You're just breaking it that hard.
I mean, and then the second is a shake like that is not enough to get a nice coverage over the full chip like bag. You're getting a little bit, maybe from the bottom to like the 75% mark, 50 if you go real ham on the shake, but it's not gonna do much. You're just kind of fucking up the chips in the bag more.
But
so the shake is kind of worthless.
all of these things are much more preferable compared to the anxiety caused by opening the bag upside down.
See, and this is what I wanted to touch on. What I wanted to actually get to, right, is are we looking at a situation where, right, even if there was no discernible difference whatsoever, is it just the OCD of the upside down logo that is bothering someone from the onset?
A lot of people have compulsive tendencies, even if they don't have full-blown obsessive compulsive disorder.
Because prior to that clip starting, right before James started recording it, Min was looking at me opening it and going, "Turn it around. No, flip it around."
Yeah, exactly,
and I'm like, "What? Flip it around? No, this is intentional." You know? So it's like, if the logo being upside down is a part of this, then it's like, okay, so like, what fucking difference does that make? You know?
Wrong.
Here's what I will say. Back in the day, I remember they sold mini cereal boxes where you had to eat them sideways, where they expected you to flap open the front-facing side of the box, cut the bag open, and pour the milk in that way, and that was madness. It was insane, and it was a horrible mistake. And I don't know if they still make them, but dear God, it's terrible. It's the worst, right?
Just awful.
It's terrible. Really dumb idea. Okay.
I'm sorry that I stole your insanity thunder on this one, but I literally can't.
It's to be expected, because again, I came in prepared. You know, I don't know what I was thinking.
I mean, shit, Willie. I mean, I think it was like 2-3 weeks ago that I pointed out to Paige when I was eating something. I'm like, you haven't seen my mouth chew for like 2, 3, 4 years, right? And she's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Have you not realized that every single time I go to say anything with any food anywhere near my mouth, I take my left hand and put it as a barrier in front of the entire left side of the entire bottom half of my face, because I have a terror of people seeing me eat? You can't let people look at you eat. If they see you eat, it will look bad."
You cover your mouth when you're speaking out of politeness for not spitting food at them while you talk.
Well, I also cover my mouth in general, even when I'm not eating. Sorry, even when I'm not talking, because I don't like people to see me eat the food. I know exactly where that came from, though. You remember when I had the false teeth?
Yes.
Well, when you eat with the false teeth, you got to take the teeth out, and then I was like a toothless hillbilly looking fuck. I was like that for like 8 months.
So you had to hide it.
I had to hide it.
And now it's become a lifetime thing.
Now it's become a lifetime. Hey, Wooly, just remember, OCD is a fun little game where you make up rules for yourself and then follow them forever.
Yeah.
Fun little game.
Okay, well, look, Stolen Valor aside, I'm just saying that, the third answer, which was proposed by some people here, which is I like to use a bowl for the chips. To me,
yeah,
a bowl is fine. A bowl kind of, it nullifies the entire thing. You pour them out, you have a bowl, that's where it is, right? But it's just inconvenient, and in many cases, I will use a bowl if I have to offer chips to a group of people. But if I'm just eating them for myself, I'd rather not have a bowl to wash after the fact. So I'll just fucking eat them from the bag.
I will often use a bowl for chips because the bowl sidesteps chip hands.
It does. It does.
Because you get
if
to
I'm in a
grab a chip instead of.
But if I'm in a situation where chip hands is not that big a deal because I can just whatever afterward, like it's fine. I'll deal with it.
I very much dislike chip hands.
But the bowl is the bowl the bowl kind of comes out and acts as a neutral third party to the situation. But all it is this, man. If you are bothered by the logo being upside down, then obviously this has no effect on the flavor whatsoever. This is a minor other mini goblin of some kind that you are wrestling with.
But it does.
Meanwhile, the only reason why I flip it is because the chips taste a little bit better when I do.
What if they don't actually? What if that's in your mind?
I have had a long time to figure this out because the ritual every Saturday for a long time was you go to church and then you do the church food thing in the afternoon after the service, and then you dick around in the fellowship hall for hours, and then when the sun goes down and you're allowed to be a human again, you go buy a bag of chips and a drink or maybe some candy at the dépanneur down the street, and you enjoy that little treat. And we come back to church after that and then get ready to go home. Or no, we get ready for AY, which is the evening service. But that chips you would get, I've had many a bag of chips, and I've tried out different kinds, and I was like, hey, at some point, instead of having this powder at the bottom, which you can depending on the flavors, if it's like salty and just like if you're just eating salt, then you're like, okay, that tastes horrible at the bottom of the bag. But if it's a flavor that's like not that bad, if it's a nice one, a decent Lay's barbecue or something like that, then like, yeah, you have it at the bottom, and I'm like, instead of having it all collect into this dust, let me just fucking flip that bitch over, get it all in there from the top, and then I'm like, oh shit, look at that. These chips taste better, and the ones that I reach in for afterwards continue to taste better. It's just that simple.
I bet that you would fail a double-blind taste test of this concept.
Depends on how high in the bag we're talking. If we're talking first layer, no. If we're talking everything beneath that, there's a higher and higher chance of failing. Certainly.
I bet that.
And here's the other bit. Here's the other bit. If you're going from a neutral, no chip taste in your mouth to chip taste, you're getting a lot of flavor either way, right? Going from 0 to chip flavor and being 0 to, let's say, 80% or 0 to 95% is a much harder thing than going from 80 to 95%.
I bet that if you wore 10 days in a row, given a random sampling of right side up chip and upside down chip, that you would be unable to tell which was which within the margin of statistical significance.
Again,
I bet you would get it correctly about 50% of the time.
Again, I think any human being going from 0 to chip, whatever that percentage is going to have a much harder time detecting whether it's the slightly more flavorful version or the slightly less flavorful version than going from an unflavored or the less flavorful to the more flavorful. It's the direct comparison from one to the other that you can actually tell more than going from 0 to chip.
So what you're saying is that you can't tell, therefore it's better.
That's not even at all. That's not even remotely close to what I said. That's not even. That's not at all what I said.
Be able to tell. Therefore, there's no difference.
No,
but it's better anyway.
I'm saying 0 to any chip is going to create a much harder distinguishing point than it is to go from regular to the other way around. And I would say this, as someone who's done it again a bunch of times, it takes a second. It literally you just flip it. It's the same process. It's pain free, and you get a little bit more for it. That's it.
This is placebo. You're insane. And as somebody who knows a lot about my own placebos,
all right,
this is big placebo.
All right, now let's pause and break this down. All right, so can we agree that some flavors of chips have the powdered flavor that comes off of the chips in the bag at the bottom of the bag?
Yeah, like let's take just a Dorito, right?
Can we
the nacho
agree?
Cheese dust obviously falls to the bottom.
Okay. Now, next, can we agree that when you finish a bag of chips right side up, you have all that powder in there that you can choose to eat on your own if you wanted to?
There, you could if you liked. Yeah.
Okay, with the little crumbs. All right. So then, could we not say if you were to take a normal chip out of the bag, or have the entire bag poured out, and if you were to take a chip in your hand and sprinkle a little bit of that on it, that you would end up tasting a stronger flavor to the chip?
Well, no, because after you shake it, all the dust will have gone to its neutral state anyway.
That's not what I asked you.
That's what I'm telling you.
That you answer the question.
It will taste more cheesy than it should.
Should is an objective term. It's not an objective term, my friend. Should is subjective. I'm saying that you have an extra element here which can affect the flavor that does exist at the bottom of the bag. Therefore, when you turn it over, if you're saying it's placebo, you're saying that that dust ceases to exist and goes into the ether and stops existing, as opposed to landing on the surface of the chips, which it clearly does because physics.
If you were to prepare a chip in this way, I bet you could tell the difference. But we're not talking about singular chips that have been redusted. We're talking about a whole bag, and between the whole bag, you would not be able to tell any significant difference between it.
Again, it makes more of a difference towards the top. By the last chips, the dust is probably not permeating all the way back through, but it makes more of a difference for the top half of the bag for certain.
Just put the logo the right side up, Willie.
Logo's the problem. Logo's the problem. Logo is upsetting. Logo is...
Here's the thing, right?
Can't stare at logo.
Here's the thing, right? When you eat food and you're anxious, it doesn't taste as good as food when you're relaxed.
And upside down logos make you anxious.
Of course they do. It's wrong. It's in the wrong position.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll say this. More sane
That's why you have to make sure that food doesn't touch on your plate.
More sane people than you will argue this point from a point of view that doesn't involve necessarily logo anxiety, but the point remains, that is, if you like the powder to begin with, that's the asterisk. Which, because I'm somebody that is like, I can accept if you're like, I hate that shit, fuck that, get it away from me, then fine, right? This doesn't apply. In the same way that it's like, if you throw the milk out at the bottom of a bowl of cereal, you're kind of fucking crazy because of how good that milk tastes. But whatever.
I think it actually tastes quite bad, honestly.
It's so nice. Milk,
it's too sweet.
Post-cereal milk is so nice, dude. As a kid,
I like the...
it was one of my favorite things. It's such a reward.
I don't like it. I think it tastes bad. I like milk to taste like milk.
I mean, I'm willing to say this. I know that as adults, our tastes change. I know that as a kid, I loved it. I haven't done it in a very long time. Maybe it's too sweet for me now as an adult because your tastes, your taste buds literally change as you get older.
It's true.
So perhaps there is definitely a factor that perhaps there is a factor that makes it better as a kid. I'm willing to throw that in there, right? I'm willing to throw that in there to say, yeah, maybe. But back then, it was sweet, but I loved sweet, and it tasted really good. So good that the company decided to make a product out of it, 2 products out of it. They had cereal milk sold in its own container, and they had the bars that were made of the cereal milk. That's what's up.
Awful.
That's what's up. Well,
milk
anyway.
Should taste like
milk should taste like milk. And then, after you've finished eating the cereal with the milk, you get some better tasting milk.
No. There's no better taste. No. That's wrong milk. That's cereal fucking trash milk.
Cereal tastes good. The flavors taste good. The sugar is good. The milk is good. It's all good. And then at the end of the milk bowl, it comes together.
Better milk. The best milk is the ideal, perfect default milk.
The purest. The purest milk, I see. Unsullied.
Unsullied by this fucking cereal trash. Big
Sip
old
it,
glass of milk.
sip it separately in its own cup. Keep the colors away from it. Put a straw
Unless
in
it's
there.
chocolate milk, but that's chocolate milk. That's
Put
its
a
own
straw.
completely different food.
Straw in the glass of milk. Bowl of cereal dry. Let them remain unmixed. We crunch and then we sip. This is how we move.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Which
like
is
a
crazier?
fucking psycho.
This is a legit question because I want to see how you fall on this. Which is more upsetting? Having the milk and cereal separate, or pouring water into a bowl of cereal?
Oh Jesus fucking Christ!
Because that's like madness to me. That makes me upset.
Okay. So, what you don't understand about that question is that a big part of being all about the God's health message,
Lord and whatnot,
is that sometimes we don't want to use things like regular milk because it's not as healthy.
Right.
What we need to do is get some powdered milk.
Oh, shut up.
And when you get the powdered milk going, if you're in the house of someone who has a big old box of powdered milk, then you're gonna
have a big old box of powdered milk.
Then you're gonna have to pour the right amount of powder with the right amount of water and create the milk yourself.
That's right.
And you're going to hope to God that the mix is A, correct, the portions are correct, and B, even if they're measured correctly, that you've mixed a thorough amount, that there's no clumps floating.
The clumps are bad.
But guess what? We are human, and we are only human. There will always be clumps. There will always be an inefficient mix, and there will always be a part of that which is just fucking water. So then you pour that shit over the cereal, and what happens? Well, you're mixing the soup, the fucking soupy milk water powder in an open container anyway, because you've got to have enough room to get the spoon going around. So when you pour it over, you see first the unmixed water hit your cereal, then you get the clumpy parts dropping on top of your cereal, and then the rest all comes together, and now you've got random bowls of cereal with clumps of water and powder milk explosions sitting on them. And you take a bite of that, and then the glop on the cereal explodes because it's a wet surrounding, but the powder inside is still powder.
Yeah, that's why we only use the powdered milk we have for coffee exclusively. Because it's small amounts, which is easy to do, and avoid this problem. And that's only on weeks that we can't get milk, which doesn't happen anymore. So
I've been to many a household where the only thing to eat was powdered milk with your cereal.
Great.
Be thankful for your regular ass milk. Yes, actually.
Like
at that point, you're just gonna put some cereal in a Ziploc bag and fucking eat it.
Like it's trail mix or something.
You have no choice.
Yeah. But then what if you're eating your trail mix cereal, right? And then you have a big old glass of milk. Now you're the bowl.
Again, a major motion picture that was Academy Award winning depicted the insanity of its villain as this exact action for the express purpose of communicating how insane this act is to any regular human being. And more than enough people loved and appreciated that movie and that moment because of how disturbing it was.
Listen, man, it's a rich tapestry. Something food.
Anyway.
Hey, do you follow gripping food with force?
No.
That's a very upsetting Twitter account.
I have not seen that, and it sounds pretty upsetting. It does.
It's a Twitter account that follows an incredibly strict formula, which is picture number 1 is holding a banana. Picture number 2 is crushing that banana in your hand with like every conceivable food ever.
So forced to the point where the contents spill all out over the hand. Yeah, I hate that. That's annoying.
Like it is a Twitter account that like has gotten like tons of hate mail and oh no, the account's been temporarily restricted. People must be reporting it because they hate it.
Good. Remove this.
It's such a good one. Look,
so anyway,
Wooly, I'll send you it. Look at it. Look at it and tell the people how it makes you feel.
I ain't looking at shit.
Look at it. Look at it, you fucking coward.
Why would you ruin an Eggo?
Isn't it just like viscerally upsetting?
You put syrup on it, you piece of shit.
It's so upsetting.
Why would you dress it?
I love it. It's great.
So, up in the cabin, we did some other things. One of those things was we played the board game Betrayal at the House on the Hill.
Oh, that's a good-ass board game.
You know about it?
I've played many rounds, yes. It's a very high-quality board game.
It
might be my favorite.
Rules. I had no idea. And basically, I said, hey, what, you know, like, this is meant to be a relaxing environment, and I can do that. But you gotta keep thinking about work, though. Never stop thinking about work.
Never stop producing.
Everything is content, even your wake.
I mean, shit, man. My stream schedule this past week has been a disaster because I'm not getting any sleep because, I mean, we're crate training this guy and he loves to pee. And I feel terrible, even though it's like, oh, this is a new life. This is obviously the focus, right? It's like, oh, you gotta produce.
So I said, hey, we're going up. Why not bring my stuff with me? And some of that stuff includes some board games so I can get some table lords going. So one of those was Betrayal at the House on the Hill. And this is something where as soon as I pulled it out, like, Jill was like, holy shit, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. You know, way in. And I was like, okay, perfect, because I didn't have a chance to read through the rules yet. It always, the hard part about this is always having to go and like get familiar enough to then start it out and make sure you're not fucking up any major rules on camera, because you want to show off the thing properly.
Luckily enough, this game, half of its rules are banned from your reading until you get there. Exactly.
So we basically were able to do a session where I was like, oh yeah, it shouldn't take too long. It's just, you know, a quick little game. Sometimes it goes faster than you expect. We had a fucking run. It took hours. Yeah. It was really, really it was wild. Very eventful, very interesting introduction to the game. But essentially, what it is a game where you are, you know, playing as a number of like horror movie characters, and everyone has the potential to basically be like someone who is more or less part of the team of people that are trying to escape with their lives, but there's also something potentially dark about them. And you know, there's fears that they have to face essentially. And you start on a tile, which is basically the I guess like the front room of this mansion, and you have a deck of tiles that represent expanded rooms that you can explore in. So as you walk into the fog of war that is like the unexplored rooms, you pull these rooms from the top, from the deck, and put them down on the table to create a giant mansion of many rooms. Each room has its own rules, a certain number of doors in certain locations, and you create a map. And you create a map, and each room has some crazy bullshit in it. Exactly. There's events, there's omens, there's items, all kinds of little RNG things can happen. So it's basically a roguelike board game. And once you've kind of gone through a certain number of events, there's also a top floor and a basement, which you can find yourself in, and you can expand those as well. There's always a chance with each omen event that kind of happens that you roll to see if you start the second phase of the game. The chances are pretty low when you initially are exploring and you picking up things and seeing what happens. But as you get further and further into the game, the chances get higher and higher. Once it eventually does hit the point where you fail a check, excuse me, the haunt begins. And the haunt is phase 2, where all the survivors go from enjoying their cabin in the woods, exploring and being merry, but creeped out by a little bit of this and that, to the monster or the problem has revealed itself, and now you must solve that issue.
And it's great because the most fun part of the game is the dead center of the game, where you figure out what the actual haunt is going to be.
Yes, because the way the rule set works is the person who triggers the event grabs the rule book and goes to an exact page where there is a literally a chart of what event happened in what location. And the combination of these two things will create a specific theme to the final half of the game. So I won't spoil about our adventure in particular, because that'll be coming soon.
There's tons. There's, how many are there? Like 30, 40?
Yeah, I think there's like 50. I think there's like 50 or so. There's so many, and every one of them creates a different kind of horror movie monster or problem or anything creepy, right? And there's different solutions or different things you have to do accordingly. And so what you do is, once you identify what the haunt is, you separate. So the person who draws the thing will read the rules of what perhaps they or someone, we don't know, the rules change, but the person who causes it reads one set of rules of what's about to happen, and everyone else reads another set of rules of what's about to happen. And
often the person who triggers it becomes the antagonist for the rest of the gang, for the remainder of the game.
Yeah. And so then you end up all having one understanding of what's going down, and then they have another, and the game becomes asymmetrical. Once the game is asymmetrical, you have this great, like, you know, we can't give away too much information, but we do have to execute our plan and adapt on the fly as things start to fucking fall apart. And that aspect to it makes it amazing. Like, it really, it's a fucking 10 out of 10, you know, and I'm glad, like, it was recommended strongly, so that's why I grabbed it, you know, but it's one of these games where
my favorite board game.
It's yeah, I feel it way up there, and I definitely can see this as something I'm like, oh yeah, this thing has legs. Like, you can just do this over and over and over and get drastically different results every time.
So, like, the idea is, like, I mean, if you had a perfect memory and could remember the rules for both teams, like, you would have an unfair advantage. But there's so many different scenarios, and I mean, you're not playing, 80 games of board games in a row. The likelihood that you'll somehow remember what some other guy's rule set was from 2 weeks ago, I feel is like fucking nil. Like, there's no chance.
Yeah, there's small, fine details, too, that you can easily forget, certainly. But there's just so many, you know? And let's say you do get used to it, because, hey, who hasn't played through every version and seen every card of Cards Against Humanity at this point, right? Everyone's like, oh, yeah, same joke. We know the deal, you know? you kind of at a certain point you're like, yeah, so this is where this game would be perfect for expansions, and from what I understand there are expansions which add even more scenarios and twists and rooms into the situation. So like that is just an absolute slam dunk of a board game. Again, it's called Betrayal at the House on the Hill, and that will be coming to Table Lords in short order soon on Woolly Versus. We also got to try out Donkey Kong Jenga, which is pretty fun. It's
right,
Jenga.
I gotta look at this because it's Jenga. That's not just a board game. That's a fucking physical trial.
Yeah, it's Jenga with a little twist to it where you've got little Donkey Kong themed girders. You've got little Marios that have to climb the tower, and Donkey Kong sitting at the top with Pauline. And essentially you have to excuse me. So the small side of every Jenga block has a hole in it.
And weird. I'm looking at a video of it now. This is bizarre.
So the long side looks like the long pink girders from the old Donkey Kong game, and then the small side has the dots in them, the holes in them, like dremeled right through. And what you do is you take the little piece of little Mario badge and you stick it in there, and what your goal is you spin a spinner that says pull out one piece, pull out two pieces, pull out three pieces, like Jenga, right? Or sorry, 0, 1, and 2. 0, 1, and 2. But alongside that, it's lift your Mario up 1, 2, or 3 girders on the tower. So at that point, you're kind of moving up along the tower, and that extra step, of course, makes it extra dangerous because you have to interact with the tower a bit more, move him a little bit higher. But what you can do is then pull out a girder beneath another Mario, and they fall down a level. So it is a competitive aspect there where you can kind of fuck with other players as you go higher up. Once the Jenga tower falls, the player who is highest to the top that did not cause the tower to fall wins. So that's it.
That sounds like a nice little remix on Jenga, but Jenga's like really strong on its own. So
Definitely.
Unless you like horror fucked it up, it's still going to be pretty good.
It definitely was. This was a nice little twist to it that it wasn't too invasive. It was just a little extra step. It added a little bit of extra difficulty because you had to fuck with the tower a little bit more on each turn. And then there was also a rule of before moving anything, you have to take Donkey Kong off and then put it back on. So even if you had a perfect play, when you put Donkey Kong back on top, if it's too delicate, you might fuck up and lose, So, yeah, it was great. It was great. So that's how you play that version of the game. So we did that as well, and that was a fun time. Also coming up on Table Lords soon.
I was a board game, even though it's got no board.
No, it's a tabletop game. You play it on a table. It counts. The cabin we were in happened to have a pool table, a dartboard, and a foosball table in the basement.
Oh, fucking sick.
That shit was rad. So I definitely took advantage of that. Shot a couple games with Reggie. Didn't go my way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I because it's I feel like there's one of those things where like I can play, but I don't have enough control to like not fuck up by sinking the 8 ball at the last second. You know?
I always fuck that up, man.
So
Pressure.
Yeah. And definitely like Reggie, the way he's one of those people where he says like he's looked at me and he's like, oh, I see you've got a shark mode, and it's in there. Like there's times where I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, no problem, but for the most part he was pretty consistent with it. And then he has these. Then occasionally, we're playing at a level where we're both like, okay, we kind of know how to hit the ball and do things right. But then he does like a jump at one point, and I'm like, motherfucker. I'm like, I can pull off a jump if I use the little secondary bitch stick, But like that was
hard, fucking ruining pool for you.
Right. At the same time, I do have those moments to where it's like you flip the pool cue kind of behind yourself to like hit it from the back kind of thing, and it's like, oh, you're showing off, you're being all fancy, and it's like, no, it's the only way to make this shot. I'm not left-handed. I can't do it any other way. It's got to go behind the back.
It's the only way.
So yeah, we did our set, and like, whew, that was what it was. But I had the choke game, I had the comeback that wasn't fast enough, and then I had the complete wash on it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, this feels like almost like you describing a version of like you playing pool with my father, because like my dad was a guy who, hey kids, let's go play pool, and then he would like always just barely win. And then you got old enough to be like, Dad, are you fucking with us? He's like, yeah, I used to hustle.
Break out
like,
Lucille.
Pretty much. And and like, oh, come on, Dad, let's play a real game. And he goes, okay. And then he got to play a real game.
Yeah.
And me and my brother and sister all got to stand there and watch him play a fucking game.
Correct. That's exactly what it should be. Yeah. Pool is a fucking amazing game where it's the most physics-based physics thing ever. It is all your ability to triangulate and then convert your calculation into muscle memory.
It's just trig, man.
But
trig and calculus.
But the way it creates rules, especially when you're playing like, proper call every shot 8-ball, is one where like the choke factor for pool is so fucking high.
I'm gonna sink that one. Are you? Yeah.
Like playing par is like you're hitting like there's a level where you're like, okay, play to a level of competency where you hit your ball and you sink the shot or you don't. If you fail to even touch your ball, they get to clean up. Yep. And like if they're good enough, that's the game. If you play well enough to hit your ball, but you also scratch, they get to clean up. If they're good enough, that's the game.
And then nothing is as bad as scratching on 8-ball, which means no matter how well you've done, you just instantly fucking lose.
Destroyed. Guilty Gear instant kill. So, yeah, man. It's a game of don't drop your combos. And when you do drop your combos, you can drop so hard that you just die.
Yeah.
It was great. It was fun.
Don't let that fucking combo drop. Oh, no.
Keep the rhythm up. And then, I kind of decided, so that we had some fun with that, but I also had a little bit of a Wooly versus triathlon, we'll call it.
Okay.
Where all three of those games happens to be within close enough order to each other that okay. I figured a little something out. So cue the Olympics music. We'll have another fun video at some point to pop up there. And it was a good time. It was a good time. I think Punch Mom and Jill were a little bit nonplussed by the Tim Allen-esque man grunting.
Yeah, I mean,
coming from the rest of us.
Situations in which the battle of the sexes isn't just encouraged; it's bordering on mandatory. Every single time I have gone out with a group of people to play pool, it always descends into, all right, dudes versus the chicks. Let's do it. You gotta show them, and then sometimes they hear, and you're like, damn it.
But it's like that's a game that, like, there's no advantages one way or the other. That can
sexual dimorphism in the rules of pool
at all. You know, you need a firm but delicate touch to hit the ball, to hit the fucking to do it to play properly. You cannot overshoot. You cannot overdo it with power, and you can't underdo it. You know,
it's very similar to mini golf, which
yeah,
I've not been able to play in nearly 5 years because Paige hates mini golf, and I think it's because she's bad at it. Because I would wreck her shit in putt-putt.
All right.
Who doesn't like mini golf? Seriously.
I don't know. Maybe you have a closer view of the ball, so.
All right. That's a good one. That's all right. That's a B+.
What I like about pool is that there's definitely an aspect to it where when you do it nice and everything goes perfectly according to plan and you sink it,
hardest, coolest.
Right, you bank a shot and then it comes and it does exactly what you wanted it to do. It has a nice little thing where because of that moment where everyone stops to see what happened, you get to no sell what you're internally going, but you just get to go, all right, and then you just walk around confidently to line up the next one, but inside you're screaming.
Yeah,
pool's good for that. It gives you time to maintain composure, but you're freaking out inside a little bit.
You know what game I would love to play all the time, but you need a lot of space for it, unfortunately? Ping pong. I fucking love ping pong so much.
Ping pong, like, yeah, it's like it's fun, but like I don't have the cardio for it. you know,
I played ping pong nearly every day for like 5 years during high school, and like it was just, oh my god, it's so much goddamn fun.
Ping pong, badminton, and tennis are all games that I find really fun, but I don't have the fucking cardio. I bet Reggie plays a lot of badminton. I know, but like, yeah, a lot of that just like, you know, hand-eye coordination, reaction to like it's at the highest levels. Ping pong is unbelievable.
Like there's the two great feelings in ping pong. Having the guy just barely get it back on the table and have it go high, and then you could just smash that shit so that it hits the fucking thing like a goddamn meteor and shoots down the hall to the point where the game is functionally over because the ball has been lost in the crowd in your high school. And like,
unless they spike block it, in which case, get fucked.
Or them going for the smash and you tilting it so that it like just barely rebounds at all. And just like kind of dribbles over the net, and then they almost fall down ttrying to run back towards the
back
fucking
to where
goal.
they were. Exactly.
And it's just like, oh my god, that's just it's just a sport, nothing but asshole moves.
Badminton as well, where you just like you fucking after such an aggressive meteor smash, you just bunt the shuttlecock right over, you know, and they're like, oh fuck, and they can dive and save it, but they're not getting back up for the next one. So, you know,
it's up to the partner to handle it.
Yeah, which is also, I mean, and those tactics apply to every net-based game where you have like a volleyball type of situation going on, you know, like you get too aggressive with your spike and then you get punished for it. Yeah, good stuff. The dartboard was
ping pong though, compared to darts or pool, is you can't play ping pong by yourself. But pool you can play forever by your fucking self.
You can play ping pong on a wall if you want to practice your reactions, but it's just training at that point. You're basically playing like squash type of thing. The dartboard was weird because it was magnetic, so the darts had to attach magnetically to the thing, which not a fan of that.
No, I want the knives.
You need it doesn't feel And it also and like the problem too is that you can overthrow and hit it so hard that it bounces back because the magnet just doesn't attach. So that sucked. But it was there. So yeah, all that was pretty cool though. I didn't, from not expecting anything to be there at all to having a bunch of those in the basement was pretty sick too. So soon
Darts
there will be
a game that you play while drinking with the knife version of the dart, and there always needs to be a constant low-level threat of some like for real disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I'll get the darts. Hold on, I'm gonna throw it.
Like the traditional dartboard placement of like in the middle of a bar where people are sitting around behind the banister that you're throwing at.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I follow.
Hey, I want to ask you a question about fucking lawn darts.
I thought this was going there. I could feel it coming.
It's so fucking awesome to just throw lawn darts straight up into the air and just see what happens. Just see what happens.
What's the question?
I don't know.
Okay. I would like to once again direct your attention towards the film Garden State, where the final level of lawn darts was revealed, where you grab a bow and arrow, and you light the arrow on fire, and you shoot it up straight into the air, 90 degrees if possible, and then you play Avoid the Arrow.
That's fun.
And you just have your head up, and you just walk in circles, trying to just eyeball it. Lawn darts final.
Oh, by the way, guys, if you guys think I'm dying because I'm breathing weird, that's because there's a fat dog on my lap.
Is he biting your pepperonis?
He's not biting my pepperonis. He's sitting on my lap and squabbling around and going with his puppy noises.
But anyway, so we did a little bit of that, and then I brought my console as well, so we played my computer, so we played some KI and just enjoyed nature and enjoyed Killer Instinct, and it was a good time.
A match made in heaven, as it was meant to be.
Certainly was. I definitely did just like there was a grill there, and I'm like, fuck me, man, fire meat. Just go. Just all day. Just ready for that.
Yeah, Wooly, Wooly likes food, as most people do. Wooly likes fire. What if I put the fire into the food, he says, eyes glinting with excitement.
And, it's one of those things where it's just, they had a really good grill, and I don't often get a chance at a really good grill. Boy, that thing is just a nice, fun thing to have to work with.
What if I just started a fire, he said.
And hey, there was a nice propane tank.
All of it.
Propane accessories. And you just have a memory of like, yeah. Fire.
Yeah. Fire. Hey, I'm gonna be real. Watching shit burn down is fucking cool.
It certainly is.
Hopefully everyone's been evacuated so that you can enjoy how cool it is.
Pro tip for building your campfire. Dry pine needles. Dry branches of pine are like little fireworks you can toss in there when you want to just have a little, like, woo, there it is for a little bit, You toss in some dry pine, you get a nice big reaction out of that.
Yeah.
Play safe with your fire pit, of course. Don't fuck around.
Toss a propane tank in there, you get a real fun reaction.
Hey, now.
That would be unsafe, so don't do that.
Or, you could always go the ultimate route, which is thermite gender reveal tank.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea, huh?
And you can see whether you get a pink or a blue, and then you can burn down half your state.
Yeah. Oopsie
So,
doodles.
whoop, 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 whoop. It's a boy. It's a girl. It's the end of California.
Oopsie doodle, California. At least when Australia was burning down, it was like probably just some kangaroo, just
Tannerite, excuse me. Yeah,
kangaroo,
but
just like
a billion of them, though. A billion of them. Also, those shots of the fire trucks outrunning two like walls on each side of burning forest as they're just pulling out because they're like, water ain't gonna do shit anymore, boys. We're out of here. And like they're filming the fucking race through the, and I'm like, this is not Backdraft 3. Like, this is real.
Yeah, that's the part with the fire. It's like, how do we save the forest? The only way to save the forest from this inferno is to kill the forest in a big line so that there's nothing to burn.
I mean, it's like,
solution.
For what it's worth, every once in a while there are areas that do controlled burns on purpose, and they let it rock, and
like
they just
podcast. Hey,
whoa, and then when the smoldering ashes all settle, then they're like, that's what we wanted.
I appreciate your totally unenthusiastic whoa. That was good. I like that.
So all that is a good time and well needed, and yay, hooray for that. That was good. Yay, cabin. Good times, everybody, all things.
That sounds great, man. I'm glad you had you were there the weekend, I assume.
Yeah, just the weekend. What is in fact up, of course, is that, as you do when you kind of have these excursions, you throw all like kind of food, meals, planning and restrictions to the wind.
Yeah.
And boy, have I I'm like, well, like, it ain't great right now. Quarantine has made it much harder to continue doing the healthiest thing when it comes to food and exercise.
As Paige would say, I'm thinking Orbeez.
Yeah. I'm just
getting a bit geometric yourself.
It's not good. And I'm in a situation where the usual results, when I hit this point, I'd just be like, okay, look, get more aggressive with the morning runs, get more aggressive with the boxing, get more aggressive with the meals, and it's just that simple. But like, the restrictions has made it quite an ordeal to do that, and I'm basically like about to look into, I'm going to start looking for someone I can consult, perhaps a dietitian or a nutritionist or a personal trainer or something. But I'm looking at finding a defatter, and I don't often use the superpower that we have, which is our Twitter box, to do things. We have a superpower, right? You try to use it responsibly, but I'm considering. Okay, maybe just me, but I'm considering hunting for a defatter to help me defat while I'm in quarantine here. I'm sure there's some defatters out there that are professional defatters who are also looking for people to help out during the situation, since they can't also go to their places of work,
Mm-hmm.
So this is the next step. Is all right. This is the cabin was a send off to like my efforts to good times, and as it were. And I gotta fucking get real about it, because it's pretty much back to being as bad as it ever was. And I don't know. There's something about like the excuses you give yourself, but then you fight through those. But then when the world makes it easy to make an excuse, you just kind of like lean into it.
Yeah, it's crazy out there, man. We live in interesting times.
You can it's interesting how the brain will create self-defenses against your own, like, I guess, lack of willpower. But when outside forces are like, hey, man, no choice. This is just the way it is now. You can accept that in a heartbeat way easier. You know? Sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna figure that out. And by all means, if y'all know people out there, hit me up. I'm gonna start looking. Anyway, that's me. That's this past weekend, and you can tune into those upcoming videos, and the continuing adventures of Paper Mario, John Halo. Actually, that's not true. But the continued adventures of some sort of shoot bangy man, and Sekiro, not Sekiro. Hey, not quite Sekiro, almost, but not quite. Jin in Tsushima.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Sushi Boy.
Which we'll be talking about soon in the news.
True. All of that continues over on Wooly Versus on Twitter. Wooly Versus on Twitch. Wooly Versus on YouTube. And yeah, go take a look, take a peek, see if you like what you see.
Yeah, you can find me over at Pat Stares At on pretty much everything. So do that.
Also, I think it is. Yeah, I think I can drop this from now since we're pretty close to it. But next week, Reggie and myself will be doing commentary for an upcoming Mortal Kombat 11 event on Monday and on Wednesday. There will be there'll be online brackets for an MK11 event promoting The Boys, the next season. And from what I understand, the times are going to be in the evening. It'll be like two sets of pools in the evening on Monday and then on Wednesday. So we'll be doing that. So tune in if you want to catch us doing some MK11 commentary. We did it a little bit before, back with some previous when there was the RTX thing that was going down, and yeah, it's a good time. I believe this is an event too where there is a some expected big names will be there, and I don't know what's announced, so I'll kind of let them handle all of that. But I'll tweet out more details about this as soon as I get them. But yeah, next week Monday and next week Wednesday.
The podcast will be on Tuesday, which is kind of an incredible coincidence because I'm getting my new AC installed on Monday, so we wouldn't be able to do it on Monday anyway.
There you go.
Isn't that great? That just worked out. We didn't even plan that.
Works out. So yeah, stay tuned for that as well.
Willie, can I get a 10-minute break? I need to put this baby to bed and use the washroom.
Okay, so take note of the time right now, and 10 minutes from exactly this time, we will be right back.
All right. See you guys in a minute.
Okay, so
Welcome back to everyone, including me and you.
now, we were about to get into the news.
Before we do that, I have to make an announcement.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because Puppy is being a little crazy and Paige has to run an errand taking Elmo to the vet, he has had to be crated for the foreseeable next half hour or 45 minutes. So, he might be super pissed off in the background.
That's okay. To be perfectly honest, I expected a lot more noise from the moment you made the announcement that he existed.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that there hasn't been that much. I've been expecting lots of yips and yaps, but that's all good.
Now, this will probably come through a lot more clearly on the MP3 version. And it sounds like he is being murdered in the background. I assure you, he is in a comfortable crate with a nice blanket and his toys, and I gave him many treats. However, he is still very willful.
Tell him I said Bork.
He is stupid and will not understand, but I will.
So, couple of different stories happened this week. Probably the coolest one I'd like to start out with would be the Ghost of Tsushima Legends DLC that has been announced.
Boy, is this out of nowhere.
So this is a multiplayer DLC, which, to be fair, we expected DLC to show up at some point. I think I talked about it in the first episode, where I was like, okay, like, what are we going to see here? Because we know we're in that first month or two of raw game, but you don't make something this elaborate and detailed and just leave it off at one game or a single disc. Like, you always have shit coming for this type of effort. And I guess it's been about a month now.
Mm-hmm.
The Ghost of Tsushima Legends is a co-op multiplayer release, and it is 4 players. What seems to be you seem to be possibly playing as the people in the Legends that they actually tell you about in the game.
Yeah, the armor sets had legendary people associated.
Yeah,
with it.
Seems like those are the people, and you're fighting yokai, and it's free. So
Cool.
Thank you, Sucker Punch.
It's also based on magic.
So free multiplayer showing up, just like that.
That's all right.
That's pretty fucking cool. The game clearly, feels like it can do that. It feels like if you have it feels like the kind of game where, like, I looked at some of these environments and I'm like, yeah, I could see you rolling with a crew, in some of these situations, maybe like taking on a Mongol fort with a group of people, but in this case it would be a demon fort
With ghosts.
Yeah, and they're saying that should be coming when? What's the announcement on that? Okay, here we go. Cooperative gameplay experience for one of 4 characters: samurai, hunter, ronin, or assassin. Series of co-op 2-player story missions as well. Introducing magic. Survival-based missions for 4 players as well.
I'm kind of shocked the game has no functional survival mode in the single player.
A lot of the time you have to imagine that, like, they got it out the door,
Yeah.
So any little extras, if you we're working on DLC, why put that out there with the initial thing when you're like, we can just put this in later and take the time to polish it,
Yeah.
So yeah, wave-based survival and 4-player raid, whatever that means. So anyway, there's a couple of multiplayer modes actually. It's not just the one. And doesn't seem like there's a date there.
It looks really good.
He's going.
He's very upset.
He's going.
I'm gonna see if I can't change to RTX voice for at least the live version.
Boy.
See if that works.
Boy. It was pretty.
Hello?
Hi.
I've switched over.
I heard the switch over. It was a little fuzzy.
Okay, let's see how it sounds. Hey, I'm gonna turn my sensitivity way down.
There he is.
Sounds like that dog comes through RTX no problem.
Yep. Close enough to being a person. What if you put it up?
Hold on, I'm gonna switch back.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, okay.
Oh boy.
I told you.
You did. You did.
And see, now here's the fun part. I have now put him in the cage. Even if or crate rather, if I wanted to take him out and put him back on my lap, I have to wait until he's quiet for like 30 seconds. Because if I take him out any time before that, I am rewarding his crying.
Right.
I gotta admit, there are many things in terms of raising a puppy that the puppy wails like a murdered being, and maybe I'm just soft, but it is guilting me so bad that I feel nauseous. Because I'm like, I just want to take him out of the cage and give him kisses and dress him up like a little fireman.
You will be okay, and he will be okay.
And everyone is like, quit being a pussy, just let the dog cry.
Also, it has to get used to this for the times when it has to do it again.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it sucks now, but it's one of many. If it can't handle it now, how will it handle the 10 more times it's going to have to happen?
Pretty much.
So, you know.
But he's so sad!
He is.
Oh, well.
Ghost of Tsushima Legends, on the other hand, is not sad. It's very cool. And I, for one,
actually, I don't know. You get far enough into that plot starts to get really depressing.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious to think that, again, the bad guys care about your honor more than they care about the killing of their men. But what I will say is, at a glance, it's kind of interesting because when you see this gameplay, I'm kind of trained to have a little like, oh shit, that looks like it's going to be pretty rough when you see like a big Oni enemy, because I'm like going on Sekiro/Neo feelings about giant Onis. But you're like, this is going to be way easier. Like, not even remotely close to what those games are at the challenge level of whatever this enemy is. Easy enough on the fact that there's no fucking stamina to worry about at any given point. You just hit the buttons and kill the thing.
Just keep stabbing.
Stab with the right stance and block when you gotta block. So, yeah. Good shit. Good shit.
You know, I wish that the stance system was entirely gone and was replaced with the same buttons that you used to change stances were just singular moves.
No. I like stances. I like Neo.
Okay.
I like stances. Stances are not just like about the defeat this type of enemy thing, in the sense that I like that moment in the first time I played Bushido Blade, and you go from high stance to low, and I go from low to mid, and we have that little moment.
Yeah.
I love that.
And then that one person pulls out a gun. And
then he pulls out a gun, and you get fucking popped. the stance dance, as it were, the little like this counters that, well that counters this, and then the counter to that is some shit I've never seen before. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. So, yeah, no, stances, please. Sword trick gun, royal.
I know.
So
hey, look at that.
speaking,
It can calm down.
so speaking of samurai, that's not the only samurai game announced.
It's not. Is it?
Because we got to also take a first look at Samurai Jack. Now Samurai Jack seems to be,
That's like one of them animes, right?
Yeah, it is. And it seems to be going for a kind of character action-y action
man, that
situation.
was not what I expected it to look like.
Launchers. There's a parry system. Lots of enemies to take on in a room. And the trailer proper, I'm looking at the gameplay, the technical trailer, which showing you some of his abilities, but the cinematic trailer shows you, like, he's got some one-on-ones in there, and he's got different eras of Jack to go through. So you've got
I'm seeing some season 5 stuff in there.
Exactly. Some season 5 stuff is shown off in the trailer. You get to have him in his clean form, his busted up form, his cyber warrior form, his traditional armor form. He picks the gun up and takes out the robots with it. All these different things, So looking at the gameplay the extended video, because again, the trailer looks pretty cool, right? When you go into the technique trailer, I'm like, there's a level of slowness and just a hint of Xbox Live Arcade jank happening.
Looks like a high-end PS2 game.
I guess. To me, I say 360, and the reason why is because I say 360. And the reason why is because, like, there's a particular lighting flash on like the blocks that you see at certain points that is it was abused in that era, and then the speed as well makes everything feel a little floaty. So yeah, I it looks like it's nice that there's a Samurai Jack action game like this finally, after what seems, from what I understand, is they've done other things but nothing like this. The reason why I bring this up here is because the contrast. I want you to look. You're looking at the footage?
Yeah, I'm looking at the trailer right now.
Okay. So look at the action and the way the combat goes in that, right? Particularly the like I said, the advanced gameplay techniques trailer. And now look at this next game I'm going to talk about, okay? And like,
okay,
it's not fair to compare everything all the time like this, but to get a feeling for just what I mean with impact and speed and a sense of oomph, juice. This next game is a project one person's working on called Arbiter. Arbiter is also a character action game. And it fucking goes. And it goes and it goes and it goes and it goes. And
the one that looks like Ori?
Not quite. It's the one that has a camera that almost resembles Ultimate Ninja Storm in a couple of moments where...
Oh, yeah, you got an anime boy. Okay, there you go, yeah.
You got Anime Boy, right? So, camera move... Like, it's a faster game. It's a faster game. But, like, what is nice is it has camera shake to it. It has, like, an actual tracking dynamic that you feel on every time it changes from enemy to enemy.
It has frame skip when you hit enemies.
It has frame skip when you hit enemies, and it has literally some of the same attacks you see Jack doing, like a helm splitter. It has a way more dynamic version of that as the camera centers itself and fucking impacts down. And you're like, please, do this because Samurai Jack fucking looks amazing in the show. You know, Samurai Jack has impact moments that like are carried well throughout the animation style, and this game is doing it not justice. It's not fucking leaning into like hyper anime dynamic energy, you know. But you're getting it off of this, which is a project you should check out called Arbiter. And I believe there's a link, patreon.com/Arbiter Game. So it's just to say that, you know, like there's little bits of, I saw these two things very close to each other, and I kind of had you know, like a little moment of like, very similar in what you're trying to accomplish, and Samurai Jack is very beloved, but like there's a flavor to action that you either get or you don't, you know?
Yeah, so there's a bit in the release date trailer at about 45 seconds, or let's say 46, 47 seconds, where there's a panning shot of Jack through various scenes lifting up like this giant fucking hammer thing, and then he slams it down. And the anticipation animation on it is really good because he swings it and he's having trouble getting it over his head. But then when he slams it down onto a tree, the camera stays rock solid, and all of the impact is tried to like be put out through like one hit spark. Yeah. There's no frame skip, there's no camera shake, there's no nothing. So it ends up looking super weak.
Yeah. Wooly, are you actually saying hire this man? No. I didn't say that. I'm saying that the people that are making that game and the people who are making Samurai Jack have similar goals because they're similar styles of action game, but the difference is one has a better understanding of dynamic camera work and impact. Probably the one with the lower budget.
Probably.
That's all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is that we should just give all developers more money. Actually, no, I'm going to literally say that. We should give developers more money in general.
I mean, look, I'm saying that when you identify somebody who knows how to make some really cool shit, like, appreciate what they make, because it's awesome. So it's cool that there is a Samurai Jack game coming out that will have, you know, lots of what seems to be all seasons content going on here. I don't know if the game will be good. I hope it will be. The footage
I bet it'll be better than Afro Samurai.
It probably will be better than Afro Samurai, and it appears to be, you know, it like based on that glance, it looks like it'll be a little middle of the road. You know, depending on, I guess, like how the boss fight variety shakes up and how faithful it is to the material. And if it ends up being like super faithful in a like cutscene story and sort of just overall, you know, like Samurai Jack flavor is like on point, that'll be a really nice, you know, benefit to it. But like as far as the actual gameplay goes, I feel like we've seen, you know, kind of middle of the road action games that looked like this from time to time.
Many of them,
and it's kind of falling into that
I would say the vast majority of action games kind of look like that. You know what's funny? Because I personally shit on Kingdom Hearts a lot because it's a silly game for idiots, even though I really like the first couple, but mainly because it's fun. But one thing that Kingdom Hearts absolutely nails, like one of the problems I see with a lot of these action games, is they don't want to do the hit stop because they want it to be smooth, right? They want the action to be smooth. Kingdom Hearts has smooth looking gameplay, like, and it doesn't really like the hit stop kind of thing that we're talking about. But the visual effects that happen when you hit something and the actual effects on your swings are so fucking loud that it can get away with it.
Wooly, like, you're doing that thing.
Loud fucking swings.
You're doing that thing where you tried making the first version of JoJo Jeopardy for a bunch of hardcore obscure questions that casual anime-only fans won't get. Okay. Samurai Jack is a very large and casual fan base that they're hoping to sell this game to. That's true. That's correct. In fact, I think what they're making here will probably be fine for most people that would like to that are excited for Samurai Jack to have a video game, and that's true. Can that also not be true at the same time as, like, there are things this game could do to be a better action game?
Wooly, you
Like,
worry about you.
I think we can have both. These are not mutually exclusive statements. I think this game could do some things better while also being more than fine as an offering to anyone who's a fan of Samurai Jack. And dare I say, anything that has a brand associated that, like, ends up being really cool is oftentimes perhaps because somebody on the staff was like, hey, we can make something cool here. I have a really good idea for this. Perhaps someone was passionate about the franchise. Perhaps someone was on the team that was just like, you know, I want to do this thing justice, or whatever the case is. You know, I think you can. I just think it can be fine as is, and it can still do better. So, yeah, that's it. And you know, that was I kind of, again, I'm not dumping ass on this, but it's an impression that I got right after seeing both of these things at the same time, and the
Is this
contrast.
a budget game?
I don't think so. It's coming out on PS4, Switch, Xbox One, and PC.
Okay, well,
That's not the impression I've been given. And
yeah, it's weird. Some of
and I
these shots
didn't.
look really good, but then when
Mhm.
he has that, there's a combo that he does where he like grabs the gun off a guy, and it just looks like
Mhm.
sub Jack and Daxter,
Mhm.
I would say.
And no, I didn't just acknowledge that part because of one guy. There was a couple people that kind of felt like I was being a little unfair towards the game. So I'm like, I just want to elaborate here that this is, you know, this can be a run of the mill fine thing. Ultimately, if the game ends up being all right, then it ends up being all right. But it was a whiplash moment to be hit with someone who is definitely like, yeah, high level character action shit going on, very dynamic. But here's another thing too, I guess, that just came to mind. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm games, CyberConnect understands some of those things too, and
They don't know how to make good games.
well, what I was gonna say is that Naruto is also very wide casual audience as your net, but they still were able to make some really hype ass fucking dynamic shit when it comes to the action. Camera movement, speed, pacing, impact, those things were all on point. So I think that's an example of a franchise that's also widespread casual, but they happen to also put that sort of detail in there. So it's good when it's there, and it's less good when it's not there. You can still buy it, that's still fine, but it's better when it's there. Money on, as they say. So that's Samurai Jack and Arbiter. And I feel like I got a couple of links towards Arbiter over the times that it's been announced. Yeah, this is arbitergame.ca/FAQ. Oh, it's Canadian. That's cool. All right, someone's working on some cool shit. Well, anyway,
Hey, Wooly, do you want to talk about anime?
I can talk about all of the anime.
You want to talk about all of the anime?
All of the anime is currently up for sale.
Wait, what?
Crunchyroll is up for sale. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to talk about Kiss anime?
Yeah, that is what I was going to talk about.
No, Crunchyroll is apparently up for sale.
Oh. That's perfect as a combo of those two stories. So Crunchyroll's up for sale. So we found out a little while ago that Crunchyroll doesn't pay its subbers a good wage. So the feel-good anime, the legit of the season, is actually not as feel good anymore. And
What's-
then Kiss Anime, which is where most people who watch their anime in pirate format got super killed. Because of course,
Crunchyroll, like I remember when I first heard about it, and the number one selling point to me was being told that they basically have simulcasts, and they work with and pay the anime studios directly. So what you watch actually helps David Production 1-to-1.
Yep.
And I was like,
David
that's
Production
awesome.
know that that people in the West want to see JoJo.
I love that. That sounded great to me. And there was a really complicated way that they break down everyone's monthly sub for that. But that's what I was told, and that's what I basically was like, fuck yeah, I'm in on that. All right. The world says that's lies.
Except that wasn't exactly true, basically.
So what is true then?
That's true is that Crunchyroll got a bunch of licenses and would pay people bad wages to sub it, and they were the official distributor.
But was there no direct kickback to the studios? Was that completely fictional?
Familiar.
Okay. Well, if I'm being told
Basically,
overwhelmingly that that's a lie, I'm a bit
Crunchy. All the parts that make you feel good about Crunchyroll, just pretend they don't make you feel good anymore.
But
people are saying they did pay them, but they paid them like almost nothing. There you go. So
what's the subtitle story?
Oh, you didn't catch that? It came out that like the people that work for Crunchyroll are paid like dog shit. That they're paid contract wages per job, but the amount of hours that it takes to do the sub job compared to like what time it actually takes, like throws it way under minimum wage. People are saying $80 an episode on like a short deadline.
Okay.
That sucks.
Yeah.
So the feel good, legit way to get anime is not feel good. And then Kiss Anime is dead because, of course, it is, and it's something new will pop up. But it has started the conversation about piracy and anime and all that. And I think way more interesting than Crunchyroll being up for sale, or streaming sites or torrent sites getting shut down for anime, is watching a bunch of voice actors come out and out themselves as the most out-of-touch, privileged pieces of shit ever with their fucking hot piracy takes.
Okay, I was wondering where this was going because I'm like, when the story came out, I'm like, I didn't really know or use Kiss Anime. So when that came up, I was like, yeah, okay.
I don't use any streaming
I don't know.
anime website.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I know with you, like, even on just a quality level, you'd probably, like, take issue. But yeah, so that was one of those things that, like, I saw the news, but I was also kind of like, not too sure what the impact of that was. I guess out of touch with, how popular it may or may not have been. Mm-hmm. So I was a bit confused as to why you were bringing it up.
Yeah, it comes because the big topic is pirate. Because a lot of people, that was how they got their animes. And they're like, oh no, now I can't watch anime. And then people of the industry go, well, just buy it. And the overwhelming response from nearly everyone is, I can't, dumb shit. And then the response back is, well, I guess it's not for you then. quote, who is this voice actress? Voice actor on Fire Force and Fairy Tail. It's not available in my country. How am I supposed to watch it? You're not supposed to watch it. It's specifically not available to you. There's also a series of interactions with people in the Philippines arguing with people who are dub actors going, hey, I want to support you. How can I support you? And they're like, buy the official release. And they're like, there is no official release.
Right.
And that's met with like disbelief of, what do you mean there's no official release? I'm like, I'm telling you there's no official release of this anime in the Philippines.
Okay. Well, that's a conversation that I feel we've had many times. That's pretty much sorted. It's I cannot give you my money. You will not take it. Fuck you. I guess that's what it is then.
Yeah.
I've literally been on the record saying that to HBO about Game of Thrones while it was airing. I remember. Yeah. So
there's also the fun extra one. If you're too poor, just save up and wait. No. Crunchyroll got its start by being a piracy website. Poor people who will never have the ability to appreciate a fucking piece of medium does not mean that they're less worthy of it. And it doesn't mean that they don't want to support it. When somebody says, how can I do this? And the answer is, don't be poor. That's not a very satisfying reaction.
Yeah, that's not really a take that you can say to someone's face and just end the discussion.
Like, I remember being a young man in high school and not having any goddamn money for video games, and my parents didn't have any money for video games.
Mm-hmm.
So my friends and I ran a series of like used game rackets, and when that stopped working, we ran a let's say digital backup scheme
mm-hmm.
For PS1 games. And that's because if not, I would just not have been able to play those games at all. Like, period.
Yeah. So what response do you have to your devil's advocate argument about, like, what things you can access versus what you can't based on what money you have when it comes to life in general?
Go fuck yourself. I don't care to make that like... Did you know that 99% of poor people have refrigerators?
What?
The gall! What a luxury! Like, go like it's oh my god, like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And to our mostly American audience, a lot of this attitude, and I'm sure, Wooly, you will agree with me, is informed by the Canadian experience of media, which I'm going to assume Australians and Europeans are very familiar with as well as everybody in
the non-American experience.
Yeah, non-Americans. Where you go, hey, can I watch this? No. But I want to watch it. It seems cool. Fuck off.
As of literally current day, you will occasionally be linked to some sort of story or YouTube video where you click it and then it says the broadcaster has indicated this is not available in your country. Like, that happens to us on a regular basis up here.
I tend to hang out late at night with pals in Discord, and we'll hit up a sync tube and watch a bunch of dumb bullshit. And every now and then, it's like, sorry, this content's not available in your country. And I'm like, let's see about that, ExpressVPN. Thanks a lot.
Sponsor. Shoutouts.
Not this week, but weeks past and probably weeks future.
Oh, there you go.
It's
and then there's also been, if I'm not mistaken, study, like, every time I say something like this, I just immediately go,
you feel
all right, hit me with the reason why this is bullshit. But it happened 2 seconds ago with fucking Crunchyroll, and I'm still reeling from that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's true or not. I've been told that, like, in many circumstances, given an opportunity to pay for something that people enjoy, that is fairly priced, people will happily pay for the thing.
Well, I
if
mean,
they
we
can.
have a definitive, like, real world example of that with digital distribution for video games. The single biggest hit to piracy ever was the fact that almost everyone in almost every region could just buy a fucking video game hassle free.
Yeah, so I with that ideology comes, if you extrapolate that into everything else, you kind of go like, oh, okay, well then, if something like Crunchyroll exists, then that seems like it would work out, and then yeah, it seemed like it did, which is also why I'm kind of like, oh man, fuck, what? Because
Like,
that is an inexpensive way to have access to a whole lot of anime, and what I thought was support it.
I never hopped on the Crunchyroll thing because I had the situation that I'm sure a lot of people did, where I go, oh cool, I will gladly pay for and support my anime. All right, I want to watch this. Okay, I wanted to watch One Piece on fucking Crunchyroll, right? And I said, fuck it, right? That'd be a lot easier than somehow otherwise watching One Piece. And then I clicked on One Piece, and the fucking thing starts at like episode 261.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
well, why the fuck would I pay for that shit?
Stuff that's not even in its complete. Like, yeah, that sucks too.
Like, the fuck is the point of this thing?
Was there like some sort of legal or production switchover where licensing from up to a certain episode was handled by a different company?
I'm going to assume it's that licensing was season based, but that's just an assumption.
That fucking sucks, man.
Remember the fucking actual decades of you're not allowed to watch Evangelion?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Straight up.
Yep.
The single most important fucking anime of the 90s.
Which directly led to...
do you want to watch End of Evangelion? Fucking track down a fucking $400 VHS tape.
Which directly led to the weirdness of it being on Netflix and so many people like experiencing it for the first time, despite already being immersed in its memes and its like popularity through other like references,
Fucking nonsense. And to I just want to clarify one thing. Normally, I would argue with the devil's advocate on almost any topic, but unless they come at it with the attitude of let's have a discussion, and your first point is, well, it's not for you. Like, there's nowhere to go in that in that discussion. There's no fucking actual progress to be made.
The only thing I try to think of like what are similar mediums though where there's no way to obtain it in whatever context, because I was gonna say like movies are an example of a thing that exists and you have to go to a place to get them until eventually you didn't have to do that anymore. There in the like that was like one of the first things that was fucking this discussion started coming up about, right? But let's say for example, do you remember? Okay, so Broadway shows, right? Avenue Q, I've always wanted to see but never got to, and it's over. And that is here's a medium. It has things that you can consume, and it's only available where it is, and then it's gone. There's no real other way around it. With, of course, certain exceptions, because I know that like Book of Mormon got filmed. But like that's I'm like that's one of those mediums where it's like the nature of what it is makes it like almost prohibitive to like this type of
don't
discussion.
Have money, resources, and time to travel to Broadway to see a show live. Get fucked, poors. Like, yeah, how about that? Yeah. I have a really great example of some outrageous shit. Hey, Wooly, at one point in your life, you liked wrestling.
I still think wrestling's pretty cool.
Would you like to watch wrestling, such as WWE Network?
Sure.
I'm on the website right now. Watch WWE Network in Canada. Do you know what the very first fucking question on the page is?
Mm-hmm.
Choose your television provider.
Mm-hmm.
What television provider do you have, Bully?
None.
Oh, well, fuck off then.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Can't just click the button. Can't go to the website and click the play button. Or download the app and click the play button.
I would fucking watch wrestling for $10 a month if I could just go to the goddamn website and just goddamn sign up.
Yeah,
I would
but
totally get back into wrestling.
Yeah, but the ESPN Stegosaurus needs you to pay him his due. He needs to wet his beak if you want to watch that wrestling. Because prior to the network, you had to watch his channel. So after the network, you must continue to pay tribute.
I don't want to.
Well, then you get no wrestling.
Okay. Yeah. See, that I feel wrestling's the perfect one because it's the perfect example of if it was easy for me to get, I would totally watch wrestling from time to time if I was bored. I would put it on in my second monitor and I would grind a bunch of bullshit because I think complaining about wrestling is almost as fun as good wrestling. Because bad wrestling is the worst. But I don't care enough to actually go through the fucking steps to pirate wrestling. Because it's just not that good. It's not worth it.
Yeah. I hope the data that says that people that like a thing and think that it's fairly priced for what they can afford are happy to pay for the thing. I think that makes sense. And I think if you get too high on that drug that you start telling people who live in countries where something doesn't exist too fucking bad for the circumstances of your birth, you're kind of a dick. You're an asshole for that. That sucks.
Yeah.
That's a really shitty thing to say to somebody.
Could you imagine like
and it's at the very minimum, it is not a convincing way to make your point that will will win the person over to whatever you're trying to convince them of. That's not how you're going to do it. Clearly.
Could you imagine a musician, like a singer? Let's say fucking Garth Brooks comes out with a new album, right? Fucking country legend Garth Brooks comes out with a new album and says, I don't want Europeans to listen to my fucking album. They're not allowed. What the fuck? It'd be crazy. Wait, why are people asking me who Garth Brooks is? That's a poll? Is that a poll? Oh my fucking god, I'm so old. Oh, he's 60? What did that... Oh, man.
Is there a joke about Garth Who? Is Garth Who a meme? Garth Who is a meme. I think it's got to be.
Or are we just old? You know who Garth Brooks is, right?
It's kind of crazy that they don't. Okay. All right. Whatever.
About country stuff.
All right. No. It's exactly what it is.
Oh man. If I had said Phil Collins, would you all just look at me weird too?
No, because The Hangover had that song with Mike Tyson doing the part.
Oh, god damn it. God damn it.
Anyway. Look, man. You can boomer that shit all you want. There's a ton of music from before my time that, like, I grew up feeling like I had to know / learn about as an almost like a rite of passage into like society conversation. You know?
I really like the Beatles.
Yeah. The Beatles is a great example of some shit that came out way before my time that I eventually like on my own time went back to like listen to and find out after the fact, and was like, oh shit, you know what? There's some good stuff here. That's pretty cool. You know what else is pretty old? Kido Senshi Gundam.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna sit here and pretend that, like, you know, old ass shit in other mediums doesn't like is not a similar way of apply blah is not similarly applicable, right? Like, who would freak out at a reference to Mario World 1-1? Like, what is that? Who? What? No one would, obviously, because it's relevant to your current thing, but you know about it through the history of the thing you're currently following. Right? But if there's an album from that same year that someone put out, like Garth Brooks, that gets a fucking Who reaction, it's like, okay, but these things are coming from the same point in time, you know?
You guys remember Shania Twain? She was really pretty.
Like, if you can be uptight about, like, I don't know, Final Fantasy 1 or some other similarly ancient video game, but look at an artist that came afterwards and be dismissive about that, there's something a bit goofy there, isn't there? There's something a bit silly about that. No?
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I think it is? I think everyone that's even 1 year younger than us is having fun at our expense because we're old, and that it will happen to them soon.
Oh, it already does. The difference is just you can the fun part about being a human being with an age is that you can option select okay boomer to be everyone above your current year, and you can go, oh, you fucking kids, oh, sweet summer child, for anyone below your current year. It's pretty
good.
diverse.
I like it.
Yeah. You know, it has lots of applicable uses to it. You will use both of those things interchangeably depending on which bracket you feel like standing on.
Back when I was your age, we had to inject drugs into our body. You couldn't just use slappers.
Back when I was young, the internet didn't exist.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big one.
Ultimate, honestly.
That's the one.
I remember the introduction of the internet to society.
I remember being a kid and having to get used to it. There was no internet. We're the last ones.
Okay, anybody who doesn't know what I mean by slappers needs to go watch the Batman Beyond episode about drugs. They slap little patches on themselves and become super buff. It's a Bane episode, technically.
Batman what? Who?
Beyond. Stop it! Stop!
Yeah.
No!
Hold up,
No.
I gotta pee.
I know what's right with the I know what's cool. I remember listening.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking.
Okay.
I remember listening to the Giant Bomb cast, and fucking Ryan and Jeff would talk about these fucking stories of them sitting in their goddamn car listening to these fucking trashy rap albums by morons who, like, no, I had never heard of, and like they're fucking terrible rap group, and I'd be like, ha ha, Jeff, Ryan, you guys are so old. And now I'm like, God damn it. God motherfucking damn it. It's happening. I think there are way worse things in my life than being compared to Jeff Gerstmann. If I had anybody in this industry that I would say I look up to and admired as a professional, it'd be that guy. But, like, God damn it. At least I'm not kicking my walls so bad that it creates a hole in the wall and then I'm worried about fucking scorpions stinging my fucking feet. Like, that shit's stupid. That's fucking dumb. Wait, hold on. Do you kids remember the Backstreet Boys? Wait, who's Ryan? Ryan Davis. He unfortunately passed away a few years ago.
You know, I also think that the blind spots of any given group of people are the things that they don't particularly care that much about. So we're talking to a bunch of video game people, primarily.
About country music.
Anime secondary, about country music, exactly.
Yeah. And Christ, I'm not even a country music, but my mom is.
Whereas if we were to go to the exact same age and generation, but people that are more about music, then they will be like, of course I know who fucking Garth Brooks is.
Like, I've had to help my mother buy Sarah McLachlan tickets online multiple times.
Yeah, but then if you go, hey, do you remember the fucking 32X? That music group of people would be like, what the fuck you talking about, boomer? You know?
I gotta tell you, Wooly, I've brought this up in the past, but it is I cannot think of a single more, like, every cell in my body is bursting into dust than a Facebook meme that I once saw, which was so glad I grew up playing games like this instead of games like this. And the photos were of fucking Halo 2 and Minecraft.
That's pretty strong.
And
Was
it's
that
just like
unironic?
Unironic, dead ass serious.
Dead ass. Okay.
And I fucking can't, because Halo 2 came out in fucking, I want to say 2007. When the fuck did Halo 2 come out? When did Halo 2? What?
I don't know.
2004. 2004. Okay? You know what me and you were doing in 2004? Hanging out for the first time in college.
Possibly.
No, I mean literally. That's the year.
Yeah, that was the era. That's true.
Yeah. So like when people are like, "Oh, grew up playing good old Halo 2 as a little child when I was 3 or 4." And then looking at Minecraft and being like, "Ugh, this new shit." And it's like, to me, my sister always made fun of me because I didn't know about the beginning of video games because she had an Atari. And my first was the NES, because to me, the NES is the beginning, right? Even though I know the Atari was first,
clearly,
and the arcade before that.
The Crash was the first, but you know,
right?
Yeah.
But there are people that are like, yeah, my first console was the PlayStation 3.
Yeah. I think I'll say this, right? On an optimistic level, I am quite happy with where I landed as far as generations go, because being the last of the before times means you have a basis of understanding of how incredible this all is at the moment.
Yeah, like
Right?
I mean, we saw the Atari. We weren't alive, perhaps during its
Yeah,
heyday.
there
But I
was
played
a
Atari.
ColecoVision in my house. I
Yeah,
never fucking used it once, but it was there.
sucked ass.
You know, like the Nintendo was the real first console to show up, but there was a ColecoVision sitting there collecting dust. You know, I never even once investigated it.
Like I remember running a fucking single color DOS fucking PC and being blown away that it could print out something. That was fucking sorcerous.
But the part where, like, you know, you actually yeah, like it's like internet didn't exist yet. Games the NES was the beginning of video games coming back and being like a real industry that wasn't full of fucking garbage that either crashed or was hyper
I would
porny.
say bordering on scams. A lot of that Atari stuff.
Basically. And you know, like it was yeah, it was just that final era of like, hey, a lot of kids in this generation will have the go ride a bike with your friends around the block a couple times as a normal way of killing time, sort of situation. Or you're like, okay, that's what everyone prior to me has grown up with as the norm. And then this comes along and it's like this starts to change things, and you see how fast and rapidly it goes. You're like, oh fuck, I remember what it was like without it. And knowing what it's like without it definitely makes you appreciate it more. I think that's one cool aspect to it. We're gonna feel old as it goes, and it's gonna kick in every once in a while. But I definitely still feel that I'm like, I remember the times when I felt like a super young dumb babby when fucking usually for music and movies were the ones that bothered me a lot, because there'd be tons of references in either pop culture or just with adults in my life to things that I'm like, I have no grasp of whatever this is, you know. And then when I got to like I don't know how old I was, when I was probably like between 18 and 20, when I said, I'm just going to go out of my own curiosity and like figure some of this out. And I went to the video store and rented a bunch of old movies and then started looking up a bunch of old music to just figure out what the fuck everyone was talking about. So, you know, the reason why I can go like, oh shit, yo, Akira Kurosawa is awesome, is because of that phase of my life when I was like, I'm going to go and fucking rent this old ass movie to see what the big deal is, and then find out, oh my god, it's amazing, you know? So like it took a conscious effort to decide to do that. And if I was just keeping up with what was current, I would have never gone back to notice or see what that was. And there was no one in my life
like the thing at like fucking 2006.
Yeah, no one in my life like came out and said, go watch this, you know, or hey, go listen to this music. It was just a sheer like, I want to know what the references are about, so I did. And it was, I'm really glad I did that. It was super worth my time to go find out, type of thing. So
some old stuff is cool. I watched The Maltese Falcon with my dad one afternoon. I was like, this is a cool movie.
Casablanca, I rented it to watch it, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I liked that. I had to go back and rent fucking Citizen Kane and Doctor Strangelove, and just, you know, a bunch of like super ancient stuff that was really, really often referenced. And I was like, okay, yeah, no, I get what it is now. And, you know, for what it's worth, I mean, it was a constructive use of my time. Like, I'm definitely happy I did go do that. I would have been super in the dark otherwise. So, you know, there's something to be said about like going back way beyond your generation and catching up to some stuff, and like it being super worth it to go do that.
Old stuff is good.
Sometimes it's pretty good.
Sometimes it's bad.
I mean, all of the fucking mecha I love is from before my time, you know? Like, ton of that shit is like way before I should have. I wasn't just watching what was out at the time with me. Like, it definitely came from way before.
I mean,
So,
shit, I watched all of the original Gundam and most of Zeta, which I have to get back on, honestly. I'll probably restart because it's been a bit. And that shit is ancient as shit, and it feels ancient as shit, and I love it anyway.
So yes, Garth Brooks.
Yes. I have a news announcement.
Okay.
Suddenly, just now, for everyone. Earlier, I mentioned that I had to crate the baby. He is now out of the crate. But more than that, the reason why I had to crate the little doggy baby is because he was being a shit on my lap here. But the reason was because Paige had to run an errand. She is back now. Hello, honey. Love you. Paige is back from her errand. That errand was taking other baby Elmo to the vet because, as described by one Peach Saliva, his asshole had become a clown nose. You would pat him on the butt and you could feel his puckering, protruding, pulsing asshole. And it was worrying. So he just got back from the vet, in which they explored and examined our cat's butthole to the question, why is his butthole out? Does he have butt cancer? Does he have polyps? Does he have a big poop stuck in his butt lips? And the vet said, nah, that just happens sometimes. Your cat's butthole just comes out a little bit. It's fine. So our old baby grandpa cat Elmo is back, and he is healthy and happy, if a little puffy on the backside. Oh, he's not puffy anymore? Oh, okay. It went back in. Did they push it back in?
No, it just...
Oh, it's already back in. He just sucked it right back in.
God.
So just to
You
let
done?
everybody know, sometimes your cat can have a little prolapse as a treat.
Finished?
Yes.
Retro Studios is hiring a lead producer for Metroid Prime 4, and a couple people were wondering whether or not this meant anything as far as figuring out what the game is worth in terms of whether what the game is how it's doing in progress. So people are like, uh-oh, does this mean that things are going pretty bad on the development side of things? Is the calendar off? Or is this, what does this mean? And and someone was straight up just like, yeah, do you know anything about like what this could mean at whatever the development phase would be? I would say, based on what I know, this doesn't mean anything necessarily. Like, you can hire a lead producer to step in at any point or to replace somebody.
One guy
at
might
any
have,
point.
he could have stepped away because his wife's pregnant or she's pregnant, and you gotta fuck this. I'm out.
And a new producer stepping in will have a lot of responsibilities that will affect the game, but it's not going to affect a lot of the creative decisions, artwork, music, gameplay, and I guess story and most of the flavor of how the game is going could still be probably fine with that. So this is not a big sound the alarms type of story. It's not that big of a deal. It's just they're looking for a lead producer. They might even be looking for an additional lead producer beside the one they already have to take on some extra tasks. So yeah, it's not really anything to get too worried about. I think that could still be a sign of a normal ass game development cycle going down while they're hiring someone new.
I mean, when was that game announced? I want to say it's been like 5 years.
Oof.
Metroid Prime 4 announcement.
Been a minute.
Yeah. No, development update. 2017. So we're 3 years in. Exactly. It was in June. And then they did the development update last year, and it's just like we've talked about this in the past. It's like producer changing up or whatever. That's not a big deal. Usually, but it feels like a big deal when it's a game that is just like fucking nothing's coming out, nothing's being shown, right?
Unless it's a case of game announced too early.
Yeah.
Which I think it was, you know.
I think it was game announced before like a single sheet of paper had been written down.
Yeah, there's no hard, you know, written rule in stone about like what the exact announcement date to release, you know, must be. Like everyone plays it a little differently, but going too early, you get people excited, and then a lot of silence, and then nothing. And you know, again, like personally, I'm less affected by this, but I see it enough that like people are bummed out when they hear nothing about something after a period of time that it starts turning sour. And I think like that sucks. I wish that didn't happen, but you can avoid that by not announcing things early, you know?
Yeah, but if you announce things, your stock price go up.
You're not wrong.
Just announce. Just announce.
You're not wrong. That's not 100% of the case when it's a small-ass studio that doesn't have shares to fucking, you know, grow. But for bigger games and announcements, yeah, that's often a very, very real factor. But yeah, it's all this to say, just to say that like it's not that big of a story, because it probably doesn't mean that much for how the game is coming along. Probably. Who knows? Lego released the Lego Nintendo Entertainment System, and this thing is fucking incredible. And I first saw it because ProZD tweeted it out that he completed his set. And then Min bought it and brought it to the cabin and built it there.
What is this thing?
The Lego Nintendo Entertainment System. It is a fully functional... not fully functional. It is a full replica of the NES made out of Lego. And then you put a cartridge in, and it actually opens the slot, sticks inside, and then you make a CRT TV with a background of Mario 1 as he runs through the level. There's also an older Mario set that's not great.
Super cool.
So ignore the old Mario set. But the actual CRT with the running Mario sprite on it with the full replica NES is incredible. It's probably like the most it's one of the most complicated and amazing Lego sets I've ever seen. Comparable only to, let's say, a Death Star or a Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
But yeah, Min finished it. It was 31 bags, and it was 2 giant instruction booklets. But he was able to do it over the span of 3 days, and it's fucking incredible, super cool. If you're down with that, I highly recommend you check it out.
By the way, heads up: if you hear plaintive wailing in the background, it is because it is food time.
Now, we've also seen these from time to time, so it's not anything to necessarily start jumping up and down about, but Amazon UK lists Skyward Sword for the Switch.
Okay.
Maybe? I really hope so. That would be really good, but I don't know. I think it would be really cool to have that. And, you know, Breath of the Wild is doing its thing. Personally, I'm looking. If it were true, I'd be very excited because I never finished it. So it'd be a great excuse to do that.
I wonder why you never finished it.
Honestly, it was just time.
Bad?
No, I liked what I played so far, but it was just time for me.
I don't believe you.
I got to the first of the trials, and it was like the trial of something. I forget what it was, but I got to the first one, and then I was unable to go through the rest, but I didn't mind it up to that point.
All right.
Do people hate Skyward Sword?
I sure do.
Okay. I thought it was fine up until the point I played. I liked it. What did you hate about it?
The linearity.
Okay.
It's out of control linear. Also, the motion controls. So, like, most of it.
All right. Well, if it
So
does...
it's also one of those things. It's like, I don't know if I'm in the trap of hating it because I hated it ahead of time, but like I remember when they showed off the Wii Motion Plus thing, I was like, this fucking, they're gonna do that Zelda thing, and I swear to God, if it's a goddamn fucking Simon Says the guy blocks this way, swing left, the guy blocks this way, swing up, I'm gonna shit. And that was exactly what it was, and it was just as boring as I thought it was.
I remember when that was going to be the case with Twilight Princess, and I was like, I definitely prefer a traditional controller for this. And it was like, well, I played on GameCube with everything reversed. And it was like, okay, you can do it that way too. With
everything unreversed.
Unreversed, yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, correct. When it came to Skyward, I hate Waggle. I hate Waggle sucks all the time. The only thing I remember that really bothered me, but it was actually, no, I didn't get there, but I heard something about it that I was like, oh man, which bummed me out, which was, I only did the first Triforce trial, but I heard that all three of them are all really similar.
Yep.
But the premise of them based on their names seems like something that could have made them all very different and unique from each other for each one of the Triforce fucking...
I mean, I think the biggest problem, aside from the linearity and the motion controls, is that like Skyward Sword was like the same thing over and over and over and over.
So when you have all three trials to go through, but they, like, I heard that they're all stealth, and I was like, that's not great. But yeah, I don't know, man. I like I said, up to the point that I played, I was enjoying it, and I liked the world and bird and flying and characters and Groose and Girahim, and I was like, oh shit,
yeah, Girahim's all right.
That's fucking sick. What's up with that? Tell me more about the Girahim.
I actually learned way more about Girahim in the Skyward Sword section of Hyrule Warriors than I did of Skyward Sword.
Yeah, that was one of those like new things where I was like, that's a fucking cool new villain, and I like you. Right off the bat, I thought that was pretty strong. So, but yeah, I would love the opportunity to finish what I started, if I ever got the chance. On Switch, because otherwise I'm digging up an old save and plugging in old things and let me think, because I'm like, so that I'm trying to think of what Zeldas I haven't I started and didn't finish, and I would say that Minish Cap.
Minish Cap's pretty good. I like Minish Cap.
Yeah, that Minish Cap and Oracle are probably the only ones I started but never ended up finishing.
Oh man, fucking those Capcom made some Zelda games. That's still crazy to me.
Published?
I'm pretty sure.
Thought they were just publishers.
Pretty sure it was developed by.
Because I know that the Game Boy Advance,
developed by Capcom and Flagship, and Nintendo overseeing development.
Oh,
yeah, that is a Capcom game.
My
mistake. Mr. Inafune was a producer on Minish Cap.
Oh,
Look at that.
Capcom and Zelda. Yeah, that is very weird, but I thought they were producers on. Yeah, I didn't realize published.
Capcom did make one of the best Zelda games of all time, so yeah, I mean it works. And that's right. That Zelda game is Okami 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad you and I agree on that. That Okami 2 is the best Okami.
You ever play Okami Den?
For about 10 minutes.
No one really talks about it.
Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Jesus Christ, that dog's a fat piece of shit. He's already done all his food.
Amaterasu?
No, Zangief.
That's a
real
sheep.
Dog. No, the real dog, Wooly. Just gobbles that shit down like a fucking vacuum made out of potatoes.
Okay, where would you have put the cutting point?
Oh.
To you.
Okay.
Because I have a very clear one.
Define the cutting point slightly more specifically.
To me, in Okami, the cutting point should have been the Ninetales.
The cutting point of what? Like, end the game?
The point at which it should have stopped.
Yeah, it's after the Ninetales.
Right?
The Ninetales should have been the final boss.
Like, Orochi, you know, like, we can redux this as much as you need, but the Ninetales was a decent point to stop that fucking 90-hour game in its tracks and then pick it up a little bit later.
The fact that you go to draw on the Ninetales and the Ninetales brings their own brush out would have been perfect as a final boss.
Absolutely. You know, but also like that was an early taste of like Kamiya just putting everything in and then some, right? He has that a little bit of that Sakurai flavoring of just like more, you know?
It's absolutely crazy when you look at the Clover games, because you look at God Hand and fucking Okami, and you get to see like one game that just got every single dollar they could give it, and one game that really didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
it feels like Okami just sucked the life out of God Hand to make itself pretty.
But what are, like, hold on a second though. We're talking about 2006 versus 2006.
Yeah, see?
Oh my god, you're totally right. Woof. Yep.
Like God Hand looks like a game that could have been made in like a game jam. You know, like just like the 4 character models and then the punches is a go, do it.
Yeah, but Shinji had a really good combat idea. He had a game jam combat system built, and then they said, "Yo, let's put it on a disc and sell it."
Like, what's crazy is that like after God Hand, like I feel like this point hasn't been made enough, but there's a straight line from the way God Hand feels to the way Vanquish plays.
Go on.
You're just using a gun instead of a punch.
No, I don't see it as much. The genre, I feel like Vanquish is a cover shooter. I don't see it as much. It's a cover shooter first and foremost, and it takes its cues from that genre more than anything else. The difficulty certainly is Mikami doing his thing. But you know, the weirdness of the way that fucking you know, you turn in God Hand, and run down, and the camera angle, and like, and no, it's its own thing. I don't see that connection. If you were to say RE4, yeah, then you would it's much more clear in that aspect, I'd say, for sure. Anyway,
man, RE4 is so good.
So we were laughing about it, but then hey, Atlas came out and was like, "Don't worry about it. Dante's gonna be in Nocturne if you want him to be."
That's part of the Maniax DLC.
Exactly.
Which includes the stuff pack that the Maniax edition of the game had, which is ridiculous because every time there have ever been a HD re-release thing, it includes whatever the latest version of the game. This is a straight ripoff.
They're separating it into a DLC pack, and my first thought upon you're right, but my first thought upon seeing this was, if we have to pay Capcom to use Dante right now, then we will make it a separate thing that Capcom will get their money from, and it's not going to affect our bottom line.
I seriously doubt that's the case because Capcom doesn't have to pay Atlas when they re-release DMC3.
What was the crossover content there? Say again?
The designs for the Devil Triggers in 3 are done by Kaneko.
Yeah. But was that really a crossover?
That was the trade. That was literally their collaboration.
Okay, but what I mean is Dante is a guest character, right? That is an art thing that is still within what Devil May Cry 3 is.
I still don't like it.
It's not like okay, how about this is what I mean. Kaneko's artwork design of that Devil Trigger is not owned by Atlas. They don't own that. You know, he drew that and for Capcom for that game, but that's not an Atlas-owned property. Whereas Capcom owns Dante, and they have to get their cut if he's being used in a re-release of a game. So the separation of this into a DLC pack makes me think it's how they keep the money clean to give to Capcom.
I still don't like it. I still think it's crap. Even if
like
that is the exact case.
If Yoji Shinkawa does artwork for another franchise, which he's done, Kojima doesn't get a kickback. You know, Konami doesn't get a kickback every time Yoji does art for someone. So
I still think it's nonsense that they're releasing this as DLC instead of just incorporating it into it.
I agree, but I think my guess is the reason why they did that. And I imagine you'll just be able to, you'll pick between Maniax, new game, or not. If you want to still get Raido Kuzunoha, you just pick regular new game versus new game Maniax.
Raido's cool, man.
Shout outs to the Photoshop where you have a picture of Raido sitting at a press conference, and then all the microphones are surrounding Dante. Kind of like the that Ukrainian lady who got all the attention.
Oh God, I can't remember that at all.
It's the there's that cute Ukrainian officer lady who got a bunch of fan art. Yeah. And then she got a bunch of anime fan art and stuff like that. And then when after her popularity explosion, Natalia, thank you, and she was the police officer. And when she when there was a press conference, they had two dudes, her and another dude, and the dude just looks fucking salt because there's nothing around him and 800 microphones surrounding her, and you can't even see the bottom of her face almost because she's just covered in microphones, and is just the most insane thing. But yeah, and he's just like, I'm trying to do my job, can you fucking let me do my job? You know?
No.
But look at her though, we're making her into a waifu. even though
Everybody
she's
can
a
be
real
waifu.
person.
Fucking Kim Jong Il's sister, the fucking
Yeah,
dictator, was
Yeah.
waifuing out up
yeah.
there.
Hey, man, morally gray, you know? In charge of the North Korean propaganda wing.
Yeah.
Nice ponytail, though. Morally gray.
Yeah.
Up next, we got something pretty fucking sick, actually. So, I've talked about it before, but the Skullgirls mobile game is... It's not a fighting game, per se, but it's not bad. It's a fun little thing that they put out, and they're getting a new playable character, Annie, who you might remember from the character DLC contest. She was one of the first couple of designs that they showed off of all the potential DLCs, and she made it really far into the tournament. I think she got to like one of the final rounds. And she's basically a Sailor Senshi kind of send up, and she's like on the set of her TV show, and she does her magical girl transformations, but she's actually much older than she looks and quite tired of the bullshit, and is basically like signing autographs like, get the fuck away from me, fine, let's smile and pose. And
like the fucking Hunter character in the Greed arc, the old lady that looks like a little girl.
I don't know, but yeah, so she's celebrity Sailor Senshi girl that's also just like back from that thing. So Chanel, playable character in the mobile game, and pretty cool moves. She has her little cute bunny buddy named Sagan, so that's cool. And at the end of the trailer, they have a little fucking tease where you're watching essentially the same gameplay that you're watching prior in the trailer, except the HUD has changed to the Skullgirls HUD. So they're also making her for Skullgirls 2021 second encore. So yay, not only mobile exclusive, actually coming to the game proper. Good job.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Like that's awesome. A long time.
Like and in the trailer, they she literally goes, "When's Annie? Now's Annie," and it just cuts from that to like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we're making more characters." Now, the crazy thing about this is, with this announcement, I've basically deconfirmed Skullgirls 2 from ever existing in my own head.
Why not just keep throwing stuff into Skullgirls, basically?
Exactly. I think Skullgirls 2 has been completely to me it must have been a thought that was going somewhere in the background. And now that they're like, "Nah, we're working on this and it'll come out fucking in a while from now," I'm like, "All right, nope, they're just going to keep building on this single game." If they decided...
How many years has it been since the last update? This last big update? Like 2 years, 3 years?
The last big update was this year. They had the giant... the big online thing, and the new backgrounds, Sonic Fox, and it was absolutely just a couple months ago. So with this, I was going to say that if the game plan, instead of being let's make Skullgirls 2, becomes this is a platform and we're going to slowly go down that list of characters that we presented and just start picking and throwing some of them in, I'm fucking down, you know? I think that's pretty sick. And And I think she already was one of the characters that was going to be in Indivisible as well, too, because she was pretty popular. So, yeah, they seem content to just be like, we're going to make more, even though it came down to, we got our big band, we got our Beowulf, we got Eliza, and I think she was like 4th. So, fuck it. How many steps till Panzerfaust,
Hopefully 1. The last remaining step.
I mean, there were some other really great ones in there. Don't forget about Molly, the Ghost in the Shell secretary on her big phone mech, or number 13, the actual sniper as well. There was some really fun designs in there. There was that big old there was that brainwave, yeah, and that big old tall girl that was like Cody.
And I don't remember any of these people other than Panzerfaust.
Oh, there was some good ones. There were some good ones, dude. Panzerfaust was a fucking standout because you're like, yo, there's Temkin.
He's big.
But don't forget that you had a full page of winners.
The Panzerfaust is big.
Let me see if I can pull it up here. Because we had that photo with a whole lot of them in it. Come on, let's see. Here we go. All right, so we had Umbrella, Marie, the final Umbrella, Parasol's little sister, Marie, the final boss, Black Dahlia, Miss Victoria, the teacher. Yeah, there's some fun ones. Andy, the boxing anvil from Peacock's crew. Regina had some crazy shapes going on, but it was dope. Yeah, man. Panzerfaust, clearly the silhouette that stands the fuck out. And then right next to him, Adam, just the normal ass looking dude, who actually shows up in the mobile game and talks to you as a bunch of these characters actually just talk to you in the mobile game as like NPCs.
Just
Samson,
being a
Samson
girl.
Hmm?
They're just hanging out and I don't know. I don't understand what the mobile game actually is. I thought it was just a broken down version of the fighting game.
I mean, it's like it's a swipe and like it's a swipe to play sort of simplified version of a fighting game, but I wouldn't quite call it a fighter because it's less than that. Hero Versus plays like a full on fighting game. I'd say that has a little bit of the kind of the Rising Thunder sort of simplification on touchscreen and stuff, but in Skullgirls' case, it's more about like building out. It's more about like leveling up and collecting characters, and sort of doing that whole whatever the fuck you call it genre. It's not. I don't think it's gacha as much as it is like.
I don't know what it would call. I'm looking at it now and I don't get it.
Yeah. But I remember, I tried it and it was like, I'm like, all right, this is pretty fun. And it also was one of those things where like, we're not making this to just fucking bilk your pockets. They didn't just, it wasn't a cash grab. It was pretty solid. So I was like, okay, yeah, I enjoyed it. But yeah, Brain Drain. A lot of these characters are like, you can just go down this list and make some winners. So anyway, shout outs to Skullgirls 2 now being made as Skullgirls 1, which is the exact opposite of the Okami problem we were just discussing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Master Roshi.
Yeah. Dude, those trailers are terrible.
The edit to the Smash Brothers Joker reveal trailer where they're like,
yeah, that's
here's
what I'm thinking of. That really showed it off.
Dragon Ball FighterZ style trailer for Smash characters. You just see Joker is in. He takes a shot. Coming soon. Yeah. They preview the intro and outro animations more than the actual gameplay, and it's like you're kind of clearly they're not really they care more about getting the hype out there for the Dragon Ball fans than the fighting game fans per se, which makes perfect sense. It's a fucking Dragon Ball game. So seeing Master Roshi jumping around and doing half of his level 3 super and half of his win pose is more than enough for anybody who doesn't really care about a fighting game to see the pictures and go, yay. But as far as like, how the fuck does he move and play? What does he do in the game? It's really, really unsatisfying how they do every single one of these trailers.
I remember the Jiren one had like half of his super, and that was literally like the whole trailer.
Yeah.
Like,
they show, like, when they do show gameplay, it's 2 normals, 1 special, and half of a level 3. You know?
Well, Roshi's cool.
Yep. I also I'm a fan of, just please go into the roster. Like, reach into the roster. Roshi's not that deep in, but he's past the first layer of toys.
And another Goku.
We had other Gokus that have been unused. So we'll see. If there's more than one Goku in the same season, like, yeah, we got Ultra Instinct. If there's 2 Gokus in the same season, they'll never live it down. That's gonna stick. That'll never fucking go away.
It already happened. I wanna go find out who's in it. We got. Okay, no.
If you count fusions.
Yeah.
If you count fusions, then it happened.
All right. Great.
If I was going for non-fusion characters on that.
That game's such a fucking train wreck.
But but like the thing is that it's not even that as much as it is this roster is the roster of every Dragon Ball game. Like it's the trap that they all fall into that is not really a trap if you think about, trying to appeal to the fan base, right? If you want to go back to what we were just talking about Samurai Jack, and I was just talking about Naruto and shit. Like if you want to talk about like, hey, appealing to your audience, and it doesn't really matter what the other people's opinions are, then it's like, yeah, man, Dragon Ball fans want to fucking see all the Gokus because they love Goku because the point of the show is, look, it's Goku. But what about that particular time when he did that thing?
We beat up Superman.
Yeah, no, like, they're not bored of it. They're not bored of those Gokus. They love it. They enjoy it. They need the want for variety is a like complete fucking non-issue compared to like, yo, look, it's Goku. He was cool. He's strong.
He sounds like an old grandma.
Kefla finally got in. But yeah, Roshi's up next, so. Yay, good pick. Good pick. Keep it up. Go further. Go further beyond. And last but not least, Orwell's Animal Farm to receive video game adaptation.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, is this the first you're hearing of it?
For real?
Did you not hear about this?
Oh my god. No, I didn't.
Yeah. They're making an Animal Farm video game.
Go to hell.
Very, very strange pick. The video trailer is nothing. There's nothing to really go on.
Asking what Animal Farm is in the chat.
Come on, come on, come on, come on! No! Okay, they're joking. They're joking. They're joking.
I don't know.
They're joking.
I don't know anymore.
They're joking. They're not. All right. Listen. Just in case. No. Listen. Even though you don't think you're joking, you are. But the reminder is George Orwell wrote a book called Animal Farm, a fairy story, and it is a story about a farm of animals who rise up against their shitty farmer and drive him off of the farm and take over, and then they become a society, and then the story goes on to show you all the ways in which a society can fall apart. And it's the place that the very famous saying, all animals are made equal, but some are made more equal than others. It's where that comes from. And it is a often cited story that, has a million different metaphors and allegories you can extract from it. It's studied a lot. And you guys know this because you're aware of this book from 1945. And now there's a video game. And yeah. Here's the thing, all right? On the premise, a video game based on a great work of literature should not be a problem if executed properly, because we do not have that issue when it comes to, let's say, movies or animation.
Right.
But the key word is executed properly.
Yeah.
I would love for this to be something that does the book justice and actually carries a lot of the weight of what that story is about forward with the way the game unfolds, and perhaps with some really cool design teams and narrative touches. It can end up being not just dumb video game, but actually decent presentation of the work, because it would be great for video games to be able to do these things more frequently. I'm not upset at the premise of the idea of adapting a great work into something like this, but we just haven't seen it fucking nailed. That doesn't mean it can't be done.
I want a microtransaction in this game to give you a cheat gun called the Equalizer.
The two-legger.
That's good. I like
the
that.
two-legger. Yeah. I again, it's like you double take and spit out your coffee upon the story being announced, but then I stop and go, wait, this is a medium. It is a genre. It is a medium that can do whatever the person choosing to make wants to do. You can take Animal Farm and draw a comic. You can take Animal Farm and animate it. You can turn it into a film. You can turn it into anything. You can turn it into a play. You can adapt it however. The point is not what medium you adapt it to. It's how it's treated. If it becomes a film directed by Michael Bay, and it starts...
And it be lit, man.
And it starts with In a World and breathy female vocals, then we're going down the wrong path. But that's not the fault of the genre of film. It's the fault of the director and everyone involved in producing that movie.
Yeah, the problem is that almost everyone who makes video game is a bunch of hacks.
So what we need is for this to be done right and taken with, again, at least not I don't want to say seriously, but to be taken with like, just the understanding that it's like, yo, this is a pretty important piece of literature. It's pretty good and it has a lot to it, and don't shirk on that stuff, and don't just make it like you fucking you control Napoleon and just walk around the open environment, and then like,
Jesus Christ.
And that you walk around the open environment as Napoleon, and then you fucking just like, I don't know, collect
Here's the action scene as Old Major when you shut down the Leninists. Stop those commies with your horse hooves.
Here's what I'm saying, right? At no point while this game is happening should the goal be to collect a number of things.
Yeah.
That should not be what this is. At no point should the goal be to jump from one ledge to another, one building to another, as you fucking oust the farmer and take over the farm, right? It should not. That's not the point.
I was thinking of Boxer, not Old Major. My bad. I fucking forget all their names.
Yeah. Just that's what I'm hoping for, And when it comes time to make the Willie Pete scene, make sure that the player feels a sense of agency before they press the button. Know what I mean?
This is either gonna be really good or a total trash fire. I feel no in between on this.
I think there's an 85% chance of trash fire, but I'm really fucking hoping.
Oh, dude, I would be super, super fucking stoked for this to be an absolute piece of shit.
Because it's I want the premise and proof of concept to be something that is not like embarrassing from the jump, No.
Mash the A button to re-educate the puppies.
Just
fucking Jesus Christ. Fucking video games are the worst.
Hey, you know what was pretty good?
What?
In a subtle way? Papers, Please.
It sure was.
You can be good in a subtle way, and you can make a point that is not a giant prompt with bonus points while playing a video game.
But what if you did?
So there's a there's a realm that you can fucking reach out to see how you can they're gonna fucking.
All right. Let's just hold. Let's put this on hold till we see more of it, because I'm excited now. I'm excited for the trash. It's a good book.
It's just gonna be like aim the mortar like targets as the other pig is trying to escape.
It's gonna be like a prompt. It's like take back the revolution, and it's gonna be like the fucking pig equivalent to the microwave hallway.
Crush the bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
And most importantly, the poker game at the end will be a fully realized poker engine. All right. Anyway, video games.
All right. So before we last but not least it, there is one last news story that I'm shocked you didn't put in this week, Wolves, and that is if you mind me taking it away. It's Epic is suing Google and Apple.
I missed this completely.
You did?
Yeah, I didn't see this. What's going on?
Let me explain the step 1, step 2, step 3 to you. All right. Step 1, Fortnite is on the App Store and the Apple, what's it called? The App Store?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the App Store and the Google Play Store, right? Of course it is.
Mm-hmm.
Fortnite's big, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Step 2, Epic starts the Epic Game Store because they think that Steam's de facto monopoly on PC games is bullshit, and they don't want to pay the 30% that Steam charges, right? Step 3, Apple and Google also charge 30% of your revenue to be on your store, right? So when you buy V-Bucks on your mobile device, 30% of that cost goes to Apple or Google, right?
Mm.
Step whatever, doesn't matter. Epic Games announces an incoming discount to all V-Bucks on mobile devices. It's going to be 20% off, but only if you buy it directly through the Fortnite app, which coincidentally dodges the fee
and
for
adds
Apple
it to your account without going through their service.
Right. So Apple first goes, "The fuck are you doing?" And Epic says, "Suck my nuts." And then Apple goes, "No, suck our fucking nuts, motherfucker," and delists Fortnite from Apple products. Then, like, I want to say like 12 hours later, Android and Google do the same fucking thing. And they go, "You broke the TOS, you dumb pieces of shit." And Epic goes, "You motherfuckers, you're having a monopoly. We're going to sue you for antitrust laws because you make it impossible to sell games on your devices without going through your stores, and that's bad. And it is not okay for you guys to have software not sold on your store be at a disadvantage." So they are suing them under antitrust laws in total defiance of the hilarious irony that is Epic trying to monopolize PC games. This is one of those stories in which everybody involved are all horrible corporate entities and they're all complete pieces of shit. However, Fortnite has something that the others don't. It has the kids watching games inside Fortnite. So what they
That's what 1980 Fortnite was
they were broadcasting 1980 Fortnite within. That's right. A parody of the Apple ad, which itself is a tribute to Orwell's 1984. And they thought, you know what 12-year-olds are way into? 1984. And a goddamn Apple computer ad that came out fucking 36 years ago.
Oh my god. She threw the unicorn hammer into the screen. Hashtag free Fortnite.
It's the worst.
Wow. Wow.
Like this goes perfectly with our boomer conversation earlier.
And the fucking Orwell talk
I'm not old enough to have seen that fucking Apple ad.
That's amazing.
Who the fuck is this video for? The 45-year-olds that remember this decades-old commercial?
Wow. I saw people tweeting about 1980 Fortnite, but I just ignored it. I completely ignored it. I had no idea what was going on, and I didn't care. That's hilarious, dude.
So, Fortnite,
oh, wow.
If you downloaded Fortnite, you can still play Fortnite on these devices,
Mm-hmm.
but that represents nearly every mobile device on the planet has had Fortnite delisted. That is a big fucking hit.
So Google, Apple, and what else?
Google and Apple.
Okay.
So Android in the App Store say, go fuck yourself.
Because when you make a fucking when you make an app on any of these platforms, like, one of the deals with the thing you sign is absolutely in-app purchases are done through the app, and separate sign-up things or websites or places where you can interact or work with your account are not for circumventing the store. And
people are giving us some updates. As a result of the lawsuit, Apple has expanded the drop to any app using the Unreal Engine. And have removed Epic Games developer accounts for iOS and Macintosh.
So you just cannot play it on Mac
delisting.
They've delisted it from Mac, like all Mac things.
But they basically just killed the Unreal Engine on Mac devices.
Wow.
This is about as petty as it could get. This is perfect.
But it's petty, like, kaiju battles.
Yeah, they all want to, like, it's like, so it's probably for the best that Epic wins this lawsuit so that Apple can't have its monopoly on the App Store, and that's good, right? But the reason why they want to do that is so that they can make their own monopoly.
Because they're trying to do that shit with their own store already.
Yeah, and so, like, it's this.
It's not for the right reasons, and if you're gonna frame it as mind control and everybody must obey, you're the one that's trying to fucking do that.
It's so great, and also it's like Epic going, we have like infinity money coming in.
Okay, it's a threat. They haven't actually done it yet.
They haven't done it yet, but they're gonna. They're gonna.
Apple says it will cut off Epic Games from iOS, impacting Fortnite and all Unreal Engine software.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Yeah, it is. It is like, it is a fucking stick fight, but between giants.
So
that's
Epic
wild.
Is getting what I'm going to consider infinity dollars off of Fortnite on mobile, right?
Yes.
Just like, and we want 30% more infinity dollars, and we're gonna gamble for it. And the gamble is now we're making 0. Or they're making way less than they were before because now they can't get new people in.
Well, the real question is, and this is what they're testing, is how big is Fortnite's dick, right? It's the biggest we've ever seen.
Yeah, but it's not big enough for Apple to play ball. Apple would never play ball with anything.
But that's what I'm, like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, hold on a minute, though. Can they just be like, nah, fuck you, we'll take that hit, and we're so fucking girthy that we can take the hit and it won't even matter? We can tank it, while we fight until we get our way, and then legally we come back around and, fucking sue you for the damages or whatever the fuck the results end up being. Because monopoly versus monopoly equals, like, it doesn't matter how you fucking frame it or what you say, we lose in the end. But Fortnite is a beast. It is a gargantuan thing that can and continue to exist on all the other platforms it's on. Although it's pretty fucked up if it's delisted. Does that mean that it's removed from people's phones? No, eh? No,
it means
they can still play it, but you can't get a new copy. Right, okay. Yeah. So everyone who was and is using it is still able to do so, right?
It means their numbers can only go down now, and that's not infinite growth, is it?
You would think they would, like, do something like just make it so that the accounts are like not shareable, or I don't know, like it's pretty wild because, like, this is where you get into, like, the other side of crossplay and account sharing, where could you imagine if there's bucks to be bought on You know, if this is a console-based thing and you're switching over to PSN to buy something and Microsoft's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, use your account over here, buy it through our store. And they're losing out on that, you know? Like, this is absolutely a squabble that kind of needs to happen, because if your account can be played in multiple places and there's an incentive on each one to get, you know, you to buy it through them, you can't force people to fucking just, you know, have to buy it on each individual platform. Like, you're gonna have to come to some sort of consensus on that. And I have no idea how to play that.
I hope they all waste a bunch of their money fighting this lawsuit forever. And then I want most of the people who are involved in this piss fight to fall into the ocean and get eaten by sharks.
The winning thing for the player is to have a choice where they want to buy their V-Bucks, I suppose. I'm reminded of Steam games costing less because Steam charges less from the developer to list their shit.
Man, you want to fucking talk about getting ripped off by Epic? You know Control?
Mm-hmm.
So Control is coming to Steam on the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
And it's coming for $20 less than it was on the Epic Store.
Mm-hmm.
And it also includes the DLCs for free.
Wow. Okay.
And if you're getting the console version, it also includes a goddamn free upgrade to the next gen version. So if you bought it like 9 months ago, you essentially paid double for it and don't get that. So fuck 505 Games and Epic. Holy shit.
That is an insane value deal to drop later compared to what it was. Yeah. That's insane. Jesus Christ. Okay. Someone said only the deluxe version.
Yeah, it has to be like the new Control Deluxe something or other.
Well, is that already more expensive than the original default release was?
No, it's cheaper.
When did Control come out?
Like 8 months ago.
Fuck. Okay. Well,
it's fucking.
In most circumstances, that the fact that like Steam is able to basically undercut competition by saying to the developer, "Hey, we pass the savings on to you, so you can, you know."
Are you sure you don't have this backwards? Because
is it the other way around?
Yeah, Epic usually has a smaller cut, and they pay the developers to drop their prices.
But I'm talking about way before the Epic Game Store was a thing that they were pushing, when Steam games versus console games would be a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, absolutely. Steam games, PC games traditionally cost $10 less.
Because the extra $10 was coming from the list prices, and Steam was charging less for that.
Yeah, that, and they were nearly all digital anyway.
Yes. So the idea of passing that on to the end MSRP was, you know, something that was like, okay, well, the consumer wins on that one, you know. Okay.
What a fucking.
I await with bated
Spotify
breath.
Is taking Epic's team on this.
I'm very excited to see how this shakes out.
I hope they all burn down.
The results will be very important, certainly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway.
This is some corporate dystopia shit.
Which is extremely topical with what we've been discussing.
I love it. Thanks, George.
He nailed it, didn't he?
He super nailed it.
He
that
nailed
was
it.
In 45.
He fucking, like, whew. You want to talk about, like, one and done, and we're good. Now let's spend the rest of our time discussing that same thing for the next 70 years.
Oh, by the way, did you see that not Orwell, R.R. Grimm has imprisoned himself in his own writer jail?
I did. He is up in his cabin. He has one servant, and that
He
servant.
calls them assistants, but he describes servants.
Yeah, it's a manservant, and that manservant's job is to go and get or a maidservant, whatever the case, is to go and get the coffee and basically keep him alive as he writes. So he has imprisoned himself.
Good. Get
Good.
the second book done while you're there.
And he really does talk a lot, it seems, about like his convention stuff. I think he's really, really involved with some New Zealand conventions because it seems to be a big part of his time outside of book writing. Anyway, let's take some letters.
All right, let's take 1 or 2 letters because we're already coming up on a 5.5 hour podcast, and I got to get out of here to help the puppy.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so podcast food. They're Wat and Pooley. I recently moved to the U.S. and I got to try out BBQ-style baked beans, only to be utterly repulsed at the sweet flavor. Growing up in PR, only knowing how Hispanic-style beans tasted, savory. My question is, have you had a similar experience with dishes you mostly knew and were made a certain way, tried it somewhere else, and were pleasantly surprised / utterly hated it like I did? Thanks. Keep up the good work. From Spartan.
Yeah, I had fucking sticky rice when I went to college, and then I was like, why does this taste so much better than my mom's buttered rice?
This weekend, Min bought some energy drinks, including marshmallow and cotton candy flavor.
Fuck that.
Yeah. Not great.
I don't care for that.
I took a sip. Instant nope.
Yeah.
I
recently tried a Coke energy drink. That shit's poison. Don't drink that.
Doesn't sound great. I know there's
Paige
a coffee.
That's the craziest thing. Paige doesn't care for energy drinks. She likes the Coke ones.
Coke energy drink, that doesn't sound great. I don't know. I'd have to see. Doesn't sound great. There was a coffee Coke product that I'm surprised it was not as offensive as I thought.
Okay, yeah, because that sounds horrible.
It was not something I would buy and drink, but I took a sip from my friend's bottle and I was like, okay, this is not as bad as I expected. But yeah. There you go. And we'll take one more here. Commando Joe says, Dear Wooltuber and Dog Father, with the announcement of Roshi and Dragon Ball FighterZ, a discussion came up about joke characters versus goofy characters. Made the incorrect assumption that Master Roshi, compared to the rest of the roster, was a joke character. People were quick to disagree and say he's goofy, which I do now agree with, but a lot of characters that I used to think were jokes might actually just be goofy. Like Tekken with Gon, Roger Jr., joke characters, but Panda and Kuma are goofy. Street Fighter, Dan, joke. Sean equals goofy. Do you agree? What are the rules between a joke and a goofy character?
A silly or goofy character is one that, even though they're silly or whatever, is actually physically capable and believable as a fighting game character. Like Master Roshi in the Tournament of Power, he eliminates a couple people. Like, he fights dudes. He can fight people. He's just a fucking ridiculous moron. Whereas, say, if you had Mr. Satan in the game as a fighter, you'd be like, get the fuck out of here. It's like Satan can't do shit against these people. That'd be a pure joke.
To me, it's less about like the in-universe believability, and it's more about like, is this person even meant to possibly win a round? Like,
yeah, that's what I mean.
so have they been built in such a way where they cannot possibly win? You know, do they have extremely low life and no real chance at all, or are they just a silly version of whatever? You know, I mean, Norimaro was a Japan exclusive Marvel versus Street Fighter character that comes from some sort of joke, I forgot where. And like, if I'm not mistaken, it was like, you're not really picking this. You're not like, it's not like he's going to be competing with the rest, you know? Whereas Phoenix Wright in Marvel is like, it's a joke, but he's a real character. He can win. Yeah, he can do stuff. You know? So like, I think it comes down to like how they make them, and like whether or not they're like built in a sort of balanced way to fit with the rest of the roster, or if they're meant to just be like absolutely impossible like gags, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right,
that's it for this week. Check out my crap.
Yeah, right, true. Those dudes left the Avatar live action guys were like, fuck that. And
yeah.
And I was like, wait, there was another live action Avatar happening? I was, you know, so hearing that they're walking from that, it's like, okay, creative differences, whatever that might mean. Then there was the rumors that said, oh, the reasons why were because like Netflix wanted the option to cast.
And now it got debunked.
Yes, then that might not be true. So then I don't know, like, if those rumors were real, but they're saying, oh, they wanted to age the characters up, have them edgy, have them be more edgy / have them have sex, and they wanted it, I guess, to Riverdale / Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the situation a little bit. Again,
that
was fake. Okay, so then they still had leftover creative differences. I don't know any.
When the creators walked off, they got replaced with the fucking executive producer of the Death Note movie.
Sweet. All I have to say about this is, you tried already with Shyamalan and failed, and that was garbage. Yes, you can come back over for once around and try it again, but why not just make something else that is in the world of this stuff? Like, just make another Avatar that is not on Aang or Korra. Just do another one. You want to do something else? Do it. Go. You don't have to adapt everything. What we got is fine. That's it. That's my take. Just make another story. Make it another Avatar. Don't adapt the thing we have if you don't need to, especially if you have to go through changes or what. Like don't bother. Just make something else and it'll be fine. No one will have a problem if you write an original story that continues from whatever and is good. You don't have to be chained down by the past, and everyone who's interested from their old fan base will tune in to see where this is going. Done.
All right, now we're done.
Okay.
Y'all have a good week, everybody.